Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, March the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know that you can see my screen and hear me. Thank you. And welcome back, Zach. Nice to see everybody in the room this morning. All right, what's happening? So I guess we can start off the tale of two retailers. We've got JWN on the way up. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Big gap up after hours yesterday. Starting to fade a little bit right now. So that's on the upside. Still up 27%. And the other one though, ANF, another big retailer, on the way down. And again, they released earnings. Actually, they released earnings this morning before the market opened. I think maybe people looking at that after hours action, maybe people were thinking the earnings would be good, or the reaction to earnings would be good. I always have to say it like that because people look at earnings and they say they can look at a headline and they can see that maybe revenues are up, earnings were up, etc., not realizing maybe guidance was down, or maybe revenues and earnings were up, but maybe they weren't up as much as the analysts thought. So anyway, ANF is down and JWN is up. So we are in for a modest open. I'm looking at the SPY is up a little bit. Was up a little bit more earlier this morning, up to 433. But so we're in for a modest open. We'll have to wait and see, of course, what happens once it really opens. So we've got a couple of these small ones. Again, this IMPP is still active, up 24%, huge volume. We again just have to wait and see how it trades once it opens. Is it just going to fade, or is it going to maybe take out that high of 2 days ago, 275? Another little energy play. Driller, BORR. This is up 18%. It's a big float, 110 million in the float, but it has gapped up, gotten rid of all this so far. Yeah, Sophie, SOFI, had earnings after hours yesterday, and a big reaction right here. Got as high as what, about 350 or so in after hours. It's holding. It hasn't really given up too much of that gap. Let's take a look left here. Let's see what the next high looking left. I mean, there's the after hours high, 1356. So let's just see 1341, 1355, 1386. So I mean, between here and 14, there's maybe some work to do, but if I can ever get through 14, then the next high is 15. So anyway, we'll have to see. I have my doubts about any of these ones that have popped that are going to continue to move, but again, that's the market. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Boy, this one, Eric, has just, ever since that news out of, I guess, here that day, about Iran and some kind of fraud, etc. I may be using the wrong terminology, but whatever it was, terrible news. And Eric just keeps moving down. And it's a huge float, 2.9 million, down another 14%. So this is one I've got my eye on. It's actually had a little pop, but let's see if that, good. I'm glad to see this. So this is ICPT. ICPT is an earnings play. And it's one of those types that I love to see. It's close to, I wonder why this is here. It says it's only 0.5% above an all-time low. But anyway, it's definitely the 10-day daily breakdown. And we'll just have to see how this market opens. Pretty choppy on that weekly chart. It's not quite as clean as some of the other ones that I've seen on the 10-day daily breakdown when it's an earnings play or bad news and it's at an all-time low. But again, we'll just have to wait and see. It's been pretty choppy in the pre-market. Choppy meaning, look at these topping tails, bottoming tails. Yeah, for solar is an earnings play, and there's a reaction after hours. So that move area is the after hours, and it got all the way down to $62. So it is still kind of holding that gap down. I was just looking at TAN before, the ETF for solar. Hasn't really moved that much. KPTI, FDA says probably no approval. KPTI. So that's the reason for this one getting hammered after hours yesterday. Down 28%. Not very much volume though. 65,000 shares, not very much volume. There was quite a bit of volume right here, but again, not very much volume right now. CCXI is another earnings play, gapping down. And let's see, 34%. So where do we see? Let's see, this is 26.47. So it's below that low here. And then the next low looking left is about 24.93, around 25. So it may struggle, between here and 25 anyway. So, and there's the 200-day moving average. Again, I'm always looking for these catastrophic breakdowns near the all-time low. Not seeing one quite like that today. But this one, though it's pretty cheap, purple, PRPL. This is kind of fitting the bill here, guys. It's only 2.5% above the all-time low. PRPL is an earnings play, and it is gap down, and it's almost at an all-time low. And it is shortable. Interactive brokers, yeah, lots of shorts available. Playboy is an earnings play. PLBY is an earnings play. Nice gap, actually. Pretty good gap here. Up 8%. Again, not very much volume. The damage was done after hours. In terms of the gap, there was a big gap after hours. And again, not too much volume pre-market, but the volume obviously pick up. Kind of an NFT play, I guess. And ADAG, I don't think I could see any news for this one. ADAG, I don't think I saw any news. I do see some news. Now I see some news. Company announced a collaboration exclusive license agreement with Sanofi to generate masks, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so they do have some news. ADAG, it's a big, nice gap. When I first saw it, there was hardly any volume, but the volume is starting to pick up. But coming into probably a lot of resistance between here's and 660. So don't know how much more room this has got. This is an awful looking chart also. Just spotty up and down. But you never know. The float, it's not a huge float, not a low float. I haven't mentioned, it's on my list. I think it was at the top of my list. Definitely in the watch list. Indo, again, this is one of those ones, again, you got to be awfully careful. 101.5 million in the float. It's just, call it an energy play. Here's another one, another small one, PSFE. PSFE is an earnings play. All right, little pop here now. So it's at the pre-market highs right now. It's not a low float though, $1/3 billion in the float, so it's not a low float. Does have some room. Let's see, the high right here is 340. The high over here is 369. Maybe not. To me, it just doesn't have enough room. Obviously, if it could tear through the 370 level, fine. But I think with that float, most of the damage is already done in terms of how much. When I say the damage, I mean the percentage increase. And I can't remember if I mentioned PTRA. PTRA is another earnings play, a small one, and a gap down. No, I did not mention PTRA. Another one, close to an all-time low. This could be the one, guys, because, it's flattening out here, as opposed to the ICPT, which was kind of chopping up and down. So it's kind of flattening out here. And so when the market opens, if it just gaps down immediately, starts moving down immediately, this could be a very interesting short. There's the all-time low is down here at 650. Yeah, lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 2.3 million, so that's not going to be an issue. This little EDTK, let's see what it's doing. EDTK, yeah, I mean, it's a low float. It's up 13%. Again, not very much volume yet, but it is over the 200-day moving average. It got over it 2 days ago. It touched it yesterday and closed a little bit above it. EDTK, strategic alliance with to develop smart technical skills training, metaverse platform, all right, whatever. But so it's a metaverse play. I guess, is this a China company? It is a China company, okay. All right, let's take a look to see what the analysts are up to this morning in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Well, we've got a fairly big list of each. A little more upgrades and downgrades, so I'll get some of them in right now. This is from briefing.com. See if there's anything interesting in terms of a stock being upgraded by multiple firms or downgraded. I see that WKH, which had earnings yesterday, is being upgraded by Roth. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. I'm sorry, only the upgrades so far from briefing.com. I see that Allstate was upgraded by Goldman Sachs, GS. Not an earnings play, but they got an upgrade from Goldman Sachs. Yeah, Ford and GM both, right? Ford, what is Ford doing right now? Yeah, pretty choppy, but yeah, I just don't know how dynamic it's going to be right now, but all right, let's get some of the downgrades in. See, Purple has been downgraded to PRPL. Zoom downgraded. Sophie was downgraded by who? Bank of America. You know what's moving here is IQ. This one surprised me yesterday. It also had a beautiful fade at the towards the end of the day. But IQ is moving, and it had earnings yesterday and was a great mover, both on the upside and also on the downside if you shorted it. So was very active yesterday. IQ. I'm going to get that chart up in a second, just as I get rid of all these, or my list of up or downgrades now. I haven't mentioned GOCO, GOCO. It just has been slammed. I think it's an earnings play, but it's just a little bit above $1, I think. So I'll get GOCO up. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So let's take a look at GOCO. I didn't mention it because it's down so much, and it's, I don't know how much more this can go down. It is not an earnings play, actually, 25% down. Okay, they're going to release on the 7th, and I guess they're kind of pre-releasing, preparing people that, you know what, it is not going to be good. So this is an all-time low. You know what, it is shortable, and Interactive Brokers also. Lots of shares available. So a cheap one to potentially be shorting is GOCO. See how the market opens. But I mean, look at the slide. Okay, Open had an upgrade. And it is starting to move. I don't know if it's just on that upgrade, but OPEN is moving here. Big float, 380 million in the float. So again, it's going to take a bunch to move it. The next high looking left is 892. So that 9 level, and then after that 983, sort of the 10 level. And SSL, I have it on my watch list. SSL is this looks? I mean, it almost looks like this is a buyout. Excuse me, I'm just trying to see. I mean, the way it's trading right here, flatlining across here, almost looks like it's a buyout, but I don't see any news that it's a buyout. And let's take a look at the Riven, RIVN. It was moving down as I was speaking, as I was mentioning this to Zach. So longer holds underneath 60. And because the next low looking left on the daily chart is 52.50 or so. So, this has room to move down. I love these guys, these analysts. So RBC has cut their price target from 165 to 116 for Riven. Okay. All right, time to take a look at the sectors. Let's see what's happening. I'm going to click on from our toolbar. I'm going to click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and then Sector Status, and see what's happening with the major sectors before this market opens. Now, yesterday, energy was interesting. It was, there we go. Now we're back to normal. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, and for once, most of them are positive, especially energy. So what you're seeing here, XLE, Major Energy ETF, these are the stocks that make it up. Oxy is still so strong. But 100%, what that 100% refers to is that 100% of the stocks are up from yesterday's close. That's what that refers to, okay? But you can also see that as a switch, because, financials have been just getting clobbered over the last while, technology, communications. But look at this, as we speak, 93% of the financial stocks that make up XLF are up from yesterday's close. So we're in for certainly for a positive open. Let's see, what is a negative sector really? Not really any big negative sector. Yeah, not really any technology, 83% up, 68% communication. So there's not really one, really what we'd call bad sector to start. You know, we look at this 15 minutes from now, things could really change. And you get to see sort of the SPY is creeping up. Well, that won't hurt, Riven, or that'll hurt Riven, won't it, Casa? Thank you for posting that. Just looking at some of my thumbnail charts that I have sort of carried over from yesterday. Yeah, Real was mentioning the GDRX, which was an awesome short. Oh man, just kind of hanging in, basically at the at its close yesterday. All right, this one, ARVL is sneaking in here. What's the float like? So this is actually an earnings play. I think I did see this one. I just kind of got dissuaded a little bit by that float, 202 million. That's a big float for a $3 stock. Looks like there's maybe some room to 4, maybe. And that is our ARVL. It is an earnings play, or at least earnings pre-market. So you can see a nice run. What was his down payment on it, Barry, for his Riven truck? All right, so I have no idea what to expect from this one today. Excuse me, the 10-day daily breakdown. It was awesome yesterday. We had some great alerts from it on the short side. No idea what to expect today. The ICPT is certainly a candidate, but certainly pretty choppy action in the pre-market. But we'll have to see once this opens, because the low was 13. So I mean, it's really got to take out that low, or 13.26 or so. I mean, we're up 13.83, so it's going to have a nice drop. And I'm hearing I'm hearing RIVN. When I say hearing, these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Okay, these 2 are the big ones. The pre-market actives up and down, but I've also got the gap up and gap down, and these are alerts. Okay, these are of course top lists, not of course, but these are top lists, so they just get updated every 30 seconds. Whereas I get a real-time alert. So Riven, I'm hearing. When I say I'm hearing, this is text to voice, so I'm hearing RIVN as it moves down every time it makes a new low in the pre-market. As opposed to, now this one is, look at this one. This is just ripping right now. CYRN is ripping right now. Of course, this has been super active over the last few days, but CYRN is ripping right now. Only 2.6 million in the float. And also IRNT, I think, is starting to move. Also, yeah. So IRNT and CYRN. Give me a moment here. Yeah, look at CYRN, guys, is really really on the move here. I don't see any specific news for it. It's a security, cyber. I think it's a cybersecurity stock. Yeah. What do I think about Intel getting that mention in the speech last night? I don't know. I mean, it really hasn't done anything. I mean, it's up 1%. So there's a lot of resistance too between here and 50. So it's a huge float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. Obviously, that did not move it yet. Well, I can join the club on the no shorts available. Yeah, for CYRN and Interactive Brokers also. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. I mean, yeah, it could be long term for Intel, but it's certainly, I mean, it's got to really break out of here, though, the INTC. I mean, it's just, it's got a lot of resistance, in my opinion. And you got the 200-day, not that far away. I mean, it's 52.47, $5 away. So I don't think I've ever traded Intel. Another one that's just showing up here is this X4. X4. So this is actually an earnings play. Yes, a pre-market. So they released earnings, and now there's a little action on it. 20 million in the float, so it's a very low float. X4 starting to move here. And thank you, William. Yeah, less than a minute for this open. So, let's have a great trading day, everybody. As we speak, the SPY is a little bit positive, and as we check the sectors, most of them are positive. So maybe we'll have a green day today. Certainly we didn't have one yesterday. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes unless I get something that really appeals to me in the 10-day daily breakdown. It's the only time, I hate to call it a rule, but that's the only time I kind of deviate from the norm, shall we say. LVS, Las Vegas, guys. Las Vegas Sands is on the move here too. LVS on the move. And we're now open. It's getting close to that 200-day moving average, LVS. All right, we're now open. Well, so far, it's a good thing. Oh, wait a minute. I thought to see. Okay, the Indo, yeah, a little. Yeah, this is a really tough trader right now, in my opinion. Well, it's a tough trader every day because of that float. All right, there is nothing showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown right off the bat. Now look at the market. So right now, as we speak, the Dow's up, SPY's up, and NAS is up. As we speak. All right, this one on the move, China EV play, LI. My guess is that NIO and XPEV are probably doing the same thing, but it is early. It is early. This is showing up in the 10-day daily breakout, on the upside, but it is early. Now, this one from yesterday, I know very active. A lot of volume just came into this one, ATXI. I know some of you were following this one. You got over $1 several times, but could not hold it. I mean, it just really fell after hours. But all right, JWN now. Now, by the way, AMC earnings. Let's see what they're doing here. Earnings. AMC is an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. Very, very choppy. After hours, I guess they released after hours yesterday. So AMC now starting to slide. And I know many of you following, of course, DWAC. So, boy, it's challenging 100 right now, guys. DWAC challenging 100. Oh, AMC on the way down here so far. JWN. I know Zach saying he's shorting this one. A little bit of a move up here. All right, this PTRA, guys, this is getting closer and closer to a lifetime low, PTRA, and it is starting to gap down. This is an earnings play. Well, so far it's bye-bye. Well, okay, a little bit of a bounce now. Look at that bounce for AMC. 1750 back up to 1790. So I typically don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. There's just so much froth, volatility in the first 15 minutes. Try to let the thing settle down just a little bit. I did see Shell. Yeah, this is obviously Shell. Well, it is Shell, but it's a new symbol for them. All right, there is ANF now. ANF showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. ANF showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. I missed my entry on it. ANF, I missed my entry. The alert was at 31.21. It is a little bit early still, but man, I've missed my entry on it. 31.30. Wow. There what I'm talking about, guys. So there was the alert at 31.21. So it's basically dropped $1. Well, it's dropped $1. It dropped almost $1, but it is still active. man. Okay, Foot Locker, guys. Keep an eye on Foot Locker. FL. It's challenging 30. Had earnings 3 days ago. There was a really bad reaction. A little pop 2 days ago. Yesterday, some downgrades. This morning, who knows? AUPH is weakening. AUPH is weak. Well, yeah, it was weakening. Little pop here. Again, early. All right, ICPT. First of all, will it show up in the 10-day daily breakdown? Okay, the relative volume is certainly enough. But the overall volume is still very light. The overall volume is very light so far for ICPT. I think my minimum has to be 500,000 or 400,000 in that particular scan. So, because you want to have some volume. Well, Nordstrom is still strong, guys. JWN is still strong. The after hours high was about 27, 24 looks like. So, I mean, it's still got some room if it wants to challenge that high. I know Zach is short this. He may be adding, I don't know. But right now, this is pretty strong. Now, one of the things I do on the 10-day daily breakdown, and when I would take something early, is if it's also on an all-time low. So ANF, even though I wanted it, I did miss my entry. It's not an all-time low. Not that they all have to be, but it certainly has room. But I missed my entry on it. I wanted to get it just under 31, and I just couldn't get it. So volume picking up for ICPT. Because I think my, my minimum, I think is 500,000 shares or 400,000 shares for it to show up. 500,000 shares, yeah. Doesn't mean you can't take the play if it's less, but so you don't want to get trapped into something that's not trading that much. Oh man, look at Para. Remember Para yesterday? This has been an awesome move for the face of, basically the market. This has been a counter to whatever the market's been doing over the last few days. Look at Para here. P-A-R-A, and another move here. All right, ICP. Well, nice move on the market so far, guys. We've had 45 minutes, or almost an hour of up. We've got these. This is 9:40, so another 5 minutes for that candle to close or so. But a nice move on the market. Nordstrom's, wow, Nordstrom's, JWN, super strong still. That would be the level I'd probably be looking at as a potential stall. 27, maybe earlier, maybe that whole number of 26, but yeah, I've been talking. Maybe you don't have me. Maybe you have muted me or something, real. Because yeah, it's not showing up. I mean, I know I could take this one, the ICPT. It's just not showing up on my scan because the volume is still a little bit light. So I am not in it yet. 13 break may get me in it though, even if it doesn't have, it's got about double that volume for it to show up. All right, guys. I know some of you are following with this Indo, but just be careful, okay? So Indo now, it's at the market high, pre-market high. Looks like it was around 1362. Foot Locker over 30 now. Foot Locker FL right at 30. So the high of yesterday for Foot Locker was looks like it was around 3068, and the day before was 3179. So this has some room if it wants to keep moving. Meanwhile, wheat. Wow, this wheat, WEAT, which I had not really ever heard of until a few days ago. Look at the semi-bull, guys. SOXL, the semi-bull, 3 times. ETF, SOXL. All right, all the major ones are up. SPY, Dow, and NAS. Still. Now look at the semi move, guys. SOXL. How's RUSL doing, out of interest? Still, every single day down a huge percent. All right, ICPT challenging. Well, I guess the challenge was met. And look at Paramount, or what is it? Yeah, Paramount. Look at PARA. It is going, you can say it, somewhat parabolic right now. Well, we're getting a big lift here. Here's a couple of the cruisers are probably NCLH and the airlines. Let's take a look at jets. All right, guys, against maybe my better judgment, I was able to get a short of ICPT underneath 13. Okay, so in at the 1290 level, if it gets anywhere over like 1310 or so, I'm out. The volume is still a little light for me, but breaking underneath that 13, that might do it for a while anyway. So 13 or 1290, sorry. Just need that volume to really start to pick up. All right, now CCXI just showed up on that. Wow, it went so quickly. 2261. But it bounced. Okay, so. No, I even see that it's short. The AI shorted it also. 4261, or sorry, 2261. It looks like it's looking at my 10-day daily breakdown. 2261. All right, so what I'm going to do is just stick an alert here again, say the 2250 mark, 59 mark. See if it takes it out again. Yeah, Arlo is on my list. What was the alert at 1081? It's an earnings play, release earnings after hours yesterday. I don't know why, I just can't get into the breakouts. Way more into the breakdowns. But there it is, the 10-day daily breakout for Arlo. How's BTU Peabody doing? Yeah, I mean, over 20 now, guys. Boy, this has just had a great run after that disaster day. Nordstrom's 25.41, not bad. And what did that one do? 31. Yeah, so we got up way up here, then it pulled right back down. Okay, CCXY triggering again. Now, let's take a look at the monthly chart. What's the low here? Is 2240. So, you know, if this, well, it just did it. If this gets really below that 2240, that could really have a big collapse. Because then the next low in the monthly chart is down here at $17. So keep an eye on that 2240 mark for CCXI. All right, I'm just waiting on this ICPT, see if we can get down to that 1250 mark. Okay, I've got my alert set down here for 2240 or so, 2247 for CCXI. Again, that is the low looking left on the monthly. Takes that out, it's got a big gap underneath. So oil's at 110 now or so. All right, guys, I have covered some of that ICPT at 53 to 54. So from 1290 down to 53.54. So lock in some profit, and now let's see if it can really collapse from here. So as expected, with oil prices where they are now, there's BP. And it's surprising. It's surprising that these airlines are moving at all up, with the oil prices just screaming higher. JWN, what is it doing? It's probably dropping now. No, not yet. Not really. Las Vegas Sands, LVS. Look at this, LVS. Just rippage here. So this is taking out that high, which is 43.87. So the next high looking left is 46.48. So yeah, it's got about $1.50 or $1.40 or so till that, or $1.60, I guess. All right, so now I'm going to start looking at some of these gap continuation or reversal plays. Now, if the market, putting in a bit of a topping tail here, but as long as the market remains somewhat positive, you know, we're going to get some of these gap down and reverses. I haven't seen it. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Firstdibs.com. I guess this was an IPO back here. Disaster, like a lot of them. But it's above yesterday's high, which is 793. It's right at yesterday's high, I should say. How can that be? Something's wrong, I think, here. I'm sorry, forget it. This is today's candle. So there's yesterday's high, 1141, trying to come back somewhat. It was an earnings play yesterday, so I didn't see this one at all yesterday. Big gap down. Okay, I'll get this right. This is an earnings play. I'm sorry. This is an earnings play. They released earnings after hours. Or sorry, after hours yesterday. Not a big reaction, really. The reaction is really here. So this is an earnings play, DIBS, and it's trying to recover. Here's one that's moving. Harpoon Therapeutics, HAR. Wow, what a move. Really, you know, look at the pre-market. Really no activity. Market opened though 9:30, and it just moved higher. Low float 17 million. Wins FDA's fast track designation for their drug. Okay, so that is their news for HARP. And what sort of room does it have to the next high? Yeah, so 480 and that 5 level, you know, looks like there's a lot of resistance, you know, right around that 5 level for HARP. So the big move may be over. Okay, here, now this one could be interesting. 10-day daily breakout, Orgo, O-R-G-O. Why it's interesting to me, it's just a little bit above the whole number one. And what do we see looking left? 967, looks like 967, 967. Yeah, a couple of highs right there. So it's got a little bit of room until it hits that level. It is an earnings play, release earnings after hours. Very, very choppy reaction. That's the only, it's a big issue. I mean, look what happened. It got up to 930, got down, right back down to 715. So pretty choppy reaction. And meanwhile, ANF, which I unfortunately am not in. Just made a new low. Well, here's BTU, guys, the old British thermal units. BTU is, boy, I mean, what a level now this one is at. Monthly highs of, you know, around that 20 level, so it's above that 20 level. How can you not say kryptonite when you see this one? KPTI is now not quite an all-time low, but it is starting to fade somewhat. This will get me interested, I think, if it takes out 7. It got in the, yeah, look at this. After hours yesterday, it got all the way down to 6, and that is for the KPTI. Yeah, I'm seeing, yeah, I just took a glance at my earnings plays, and yeah, ZLab. Again, not very much volume, that's the issue. But, you know, it's, all right, guys, DWAC, a little bit choppy, but very close. Well, I'm just going to say very close to 100. And look at the volume coming into DWAC. So it is at 100 now. All right, I'm out of the ICPT completely now, guys. So, you know, I was, what's happening? Here's it. Okay, there is the DWAC, guys. DWAC now over 100 again. How's the CFVI doing? Is this piggybacking a little bit for a cheaper play? You know, not really. I mean, it's up, but not really. This DWAC is basically trading on its own. All right, I am. Yeah, Nordstrom's is still very strong. JWN. I mean, this area here, this 27, it's still, it's got $1 away from the highs after hours, about $1 away. It's starting to put in some topping tails on the 5 minute, which could mean that it's, due maybe for a bit of a fall. This one from yesterday, Big C. I just have it thumbnailed and I'm just kind of watching it here. I mean, this is yeah, that's right. This is almost a lifetime low. It was an earnings play on the 28th. What's the volume like? Yeah. Okay, what is MULN doing? Have I missed it? Did I miss it? So who told me yesterday, Roberto? You're saying that this float that we've got here from our provider is incorrect. That it's a lot more. They issued a lot more shares, or they're planning to, or something like that. Because what I'm looking at here is if it can take out this high right there, 121 or so. I mean, this could have a bit of a run. Remember yesterday it did get up to 176, and the day before that 195. So capable of heavy dilution. Okay, so when you say capable, so it hasn't happened. So that would be more relevant if you're swinging it. But if you're just intraday trading it, it's not like usually they're not going to spring the dilution on us usually while the market's open. Well, you know what bounces purple? I was actually looking at this as a potential short here. PRPL bounce, excuse me. So maybe the market is starting to making some of these run a bit. PRPL. Peabody, BTU, yes, held over that 20. Super strong energy play. All right, okay, this is a gap up and go, guys. Another energy play, CTRA, a gap up and go. Let's just take a look at the sectors to see if we've got anything that's really changed. Remember, all the energy plays were up. Let's just take a look. And the answer is, yeah, basically. I mean, there's one. Let's take a look at which one. HES is the only one that is down for whatever reason, HES. So that is kind of a way in which you can play the sectors, all right? You take a look at this and you say, okay, every single stock that makes up XLE is up except one. So you kind of look at that one and go, okay, why are you down? Okay, now I don't know if it's an earnings play. Doesn't look like this is an earnings play. They've closed some kind of a financing. So you kind of look at the ones that are especially closer to that 100%, and just see, okay, what one is going counter to its sector, or which ones are. So for instance, utilities, you scroll down, I mean, 92% of them are up. NEE, I mean, nothing spectacularly down, but for some reason, these are down. Communications, 80% of them are up. Who's down? Twitter, as an example, Twitter's down. TWTR is down. And tech, most of them are up, 76%, but, there are some down. Check it out. You know, which is the one that's down the most? ENPH. Maybe it's got earnings. I don't know. But there's something going on. You know, I mean, it's running counter to its sector. So it's another way to take a look at these sectors and kind of, you know, do a counter trend trade. Financials, virtually every one of them is up. But look at the Citigroup. It's on an earnings play for whatever reason. It's down, and it's down a lot. I mean, 4% is a lot. So, just another interesting way to analyze things that are happening from within a sector. So HPE is an earnings play, guys. HPE is an earnings play. Hewlett Packard, and the next high looking left is pretty close. You know, it's a pretty big float, so I just don't anticipate like a huge move from here, especially with that 17 lurking. Oh man, ANF. Oh well. Look at the market. Don't do this. Don't do this. All right, now guys, CCXI is now down below, right at that level. Now the only issue I've got with this one right now is the spread. 2240, 2261 is the spread. Not great, but yeah, the spread, but it is getting weaker and weaker, and it's just below that month. But you've got to deal with the spread on that one. So you're going to take this one, the CCXI, probably take fewer shares and hope it has a big, big drop from here. Because the spread is, yeah, it's 15 cents. It's not terrible. Well, ANF, that's the it still has room. You look at the monthly chart. Let's take a look. 26 is the low. Next low looking left on the monthly chart. I'm just watching the CCXI guys. I mean, the spread is kind of turning me off a little bit. 36.52 right now. I mean, that won't matter if it drops $1, but you know, we don't know that for sure. Yeah, that spread is just but look at the market. Ah, shoot! Look at this, guys. A big red bar now. It's wiping out almost that hour up. So Nas has gone negative. Dow's up. So I guess the tech stocks are starting to drop. If I looked at the Spiders now, the major sectors now, and I looked at technology, and my guess is that a lot of them are going to be negative. All right, some of these flyers. How's this ADAG doing? ADAG, yeah, not much. How's that MULN? Yeah, not much. Well, again, you heard me talking about the spread issue with CCXI, and that was really keeping me out of this. Don't need the aggravation. I mean, listen, if it turns around and the spread tightens up, I'll be interested. But so I will reset my price alert for CCXI at around 2240-ish and see if it takes it out later on. But right now, yeah. Now GDRX is at yesterday's low, I believe now. 1591. So it takes out that 1591. That'll be another all-time low, and it could just keep sinking from there. So different day from yesterday, obviously, with the market up somewhat. This one was full. By this time yesterday, it's probably had about 8 or 9 daily breakdowns. All right, CCXI on the way down again. Let's see if this can, the spread is tightened up just a little bit. I mean, not much, but just a little bit. 65, 69.75. Yeah. Meanwhile, wheat, WEAT, challenging that 10 mark. HPE continues, guys, on earnings. HPE, but I'm, highly suspect that it'll take out 17. All right, remember CYRN? It had that big move here, and now it's completely given it up. Now it's actually gone negative. I think Indo is terrible. What do I think about it? I mean, not terrible. The reason, it is 1.5 million in the float. Look how choppy it is. It's to me, it's sort of untradeable. I mean, you might get lucky and pick a price, and it might pop on you, or it may go down. So, to me, it is just it's just too messy. Now, I'm not telling you not to take the trade if you want to, but for me, I'm just leaving it alone. So what is the difference between it's just a spin-off, HP and HPE? All right, well, listen, the more this doesn't take out 23, maybe it can have that collapse down. And I'm talking about the CCXI, but all right, so, oh, I see. So HPE is software? I guess all I have to do is look, but cloud company. So, okay, so they're now a cloud company, okay, HPE and HP, I guess, obviously, which is HPQ is their hardware printers and computers, okay. All right, GDRX is still struggling to get through yesterday's low. If it gets through, I have an alert set down here. If it gets through yesterday's low, that might get me very interested in shorting it. What's the market doing? So we had that red bar. Now we've got a green one trying to form here. Yeah, that was a big pop for purple, PRPL. So is it going to hold? It's an earnings play, but it's gone actually positive. I mean, this was way down here at 480. All right, guys, it is now 10:20. So you know what that means. Welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. So the promo code is still alive and kicking. I'm going to just get you my homepage link. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So here is the promo code. So this is still good until Monday. 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, okay? So you still have time. You get 20% off the first month only or the entire year. Let's take a look at how much Trade Ideas costs. So the big one, annual premium, again, apply that 20% discount, so that'll drive that down to what, $1,600, okay? And the standard down to $800. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. These are the AI alerts so far today. I'll go over them in a bit, or the concept anyway. You don't have to take out an annual plan. In fact, here's my advice. If you don't know you want this program, you don't have to take an annual plan right away. Try us out again for a month. $118, $228. You can apply the 20% discount to the first month only. So if you do maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. But at any time, if you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll apply that 20% discount. So no mad rush. Try us out. Make sure you want the program. The reason I keep saying that is that some people take out an annual, not really knowing what they're getting into. A couple of months later, maybe it's not for them, or they're not trading anymore, and they want a refund. No refunds. Okay, so make sure you want the program. Now, we have 3 free sections on my homepage. The Trade of the Week, which I think is doing really well. Of course, it's an energy play, ARCH. Yes. Oh, man. A great Trade of the Week. The trigger was $118, so this is $134. Now, are they all like that? Of course not, but certainly this week's Trade of the Week, awesome. And this is free. It'll get sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. That's free. And all the education that we have here. So you can take a look. This is a great user guide, very comprehensive user guide now. Sectioned. You can see the sections. You want to learn more about stock racing. This is a great place to start, okay? Covers all the aspects of stock racing, including 2 videos, okay? If you want to learn, in a little more depth about alert windows and top list windows and all these various sections, here it is. And it's also searchable. Yes, there we are. So you can see it is a searchable user guide. However, this is what I would do. If I were just starting out, I would probably just take a glance at this first. The 20 introductory lessons. This covers all of the basic features very quickly. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, all the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and then Brokerage Plus, okay? Continuing down here, support. So Steve will be happy. He'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I take a break between 12 and 1. And Steve Gomez, today is Wednesday, so he is, I'll confirm that, but he's usually in on Wednesdays. He takes over for me between 12 and 1. And of course, he's the originator. Well, he'll be happy because he is the originator of the Trades of the Week. So he'll be pretty happy to talk about Arch. And I shut the room down at 3:30, the main room down at 3:30. And then Chris Varley from Trade Ideas takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 Monday to Friday. He was off yesterday, but back to work today. Daily webinars. I believe there should be one today. I haven't got a notice that it was canceled. They were all canceled during the 2 weeks of the test drive, but should be. If it is, this is the one that I help out on. This is the one that Dan and Brad from Trade Ideas, the co-founders, put on every second Wednesday. But you can sign up for them all here. And then back to basics. If you're new to trading, please take a look at this. Michael Noss put this together. This is, starts off with what is a stock? So all free. So what do you have to pay for? Well, if you want my scans, you've got to pay. You have to have a subscription to Trade Ideas, okay? So here are the scans that I am sharing. Of note, the gap up and down and pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market to kind of get set to see what might be happening for the day. I love the gap continuation and reverse scan. You know, this one and the 10-day daily breakouts, but mainly the breakdowns. Those are the 2 that I really follow. I've got Zach. There you are, Zach. I've got your bouncers, toppers here. So there is a lot of information here. Education and my scans. Save my link. Then you can look at this anytime you want. All right, GDRX just took out yesterday's low. And CCXI is getting closer now to that big collapse, maybe. Yeah, so it's a good idea. I mean, you know, there's no mad rush to take an annual subscription. You want to take out you want to try us out. Make sure you want the program. You know, you take a look at the annual and you'll see the terms and conditions. You know, I think you got maybe a couple of day grace period. But you know, a lot of people, they have it for a month or 2, and I don't know why they pile into an annual right away. If they don't know the program, I mean, that seems a little bit. Not the right way to go. I was going to say something else, but it's just not the right way to go. Make sure you want the program so you can try us out month to month. And at any point, you can upgrade and we'll honor that 20%. So, what is Trade Ideas? I'm looking at this GDRX. It's still kind of hovering around that low of yesterday. Trade Ideas, what we're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay, this is an example of a scan. Now, I showed you previously that I'm sharing a lot of scans, but of course, if you want to make your own scans, you can do so. So this is an example of a scan. And this is always the format on an alert window or a top list window. Right click, configure, summary. And that's going to show you what the scans are looking for. Okay, so in this particular case, if a stock is between $1 and $20, current volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, and minimum of 400,000 shares, etc. Okay, I'm just trying to show you the concept. When you build your own scans, you will always start off with some filters and then some kind of a trigger. In this case, my trigger is a new high for the day. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, that's why I'm seeing these stocks. Okay? So again, if you want to build your own scans, good news. No programming language to learn. Right click, configure, and now I'm going to do a search. So what we did is we created a lot of alerts. These are all the alerts that we have. When you see these icons, and when you scroll down and you see these icons, these are the filters that we have. But please don't get hung up on how many alerts and filters that we have. Don't think you have to learn them all. It's a common question we get. Your program is too complicated because you've got too many alerts and filters. How am I possibly going to learn them all? You don't have to. Why we have a lot is that, you know, we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we feel we've created enough of them that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So don't get hung up on how many we have. I use probably 1% of them. That's it. Well, because it's on my 10-day daily breakdown, and I'm in love with my 10-day daily breakdown, Senna. But you're right, it's spready and all that, so I've shied off it. But if the spread ever tightened up and it broke down through that 20 The 2240 level, I mean, it has a lot of room underneath. But the fact I like it does not mean you have to like it. So the AI, if you have our premium service, this is what I would do. Make it super, super easy. Click on, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, when you do that, and by the way, we are going to be revamping this. Brad, and in fact, if there is a Q&A today, you can probably ask Dan and Brad. They're trying to revamp this, so it's not going to be a grid. It's going to have a different look, etc. But anyway, what it's going to look like, I have no idea. I have not seen a prototype at all. But this is what it looks like, though. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay, so, and again, if I get an alert from the AI, and obviously I don't take every AI trade. In fact, I really try to concentrate on the ones under $30. That's just my style of trading. But how you trade it will be up to you. There's no video that's going to say, okay, you got an alert here for Oxy. What do I do? Well, it's always, some trading experience will come in. I know I'm not a fan of auto trading at all. I know some of you, really want to try auto trading. I can't stop you, but for me, I'm not so hung up on having to get in right at the penny when I get an alert. These are ideas, of course. So when I get an alert, I click on it and I check to see how it's trading. I check, I want to see what the market's doing. So I'm going to size things up pretty quickly, but I'm going to take a moment to size things up. And if I like it, then I'll take the trade. I'm not hung up on, man, got an alert at 1910. Now I'm going to have, now it's at 1915 or 1917. It's over. Well, I'm not in these for, to make 10 cents. All right, now I just want to talk a little bit about this window that you see here, this blue window. It's called Brokerage Plus. All right, so I popped in a link called Brokerage Plus. In that link, there were two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window from within Trade Ideas to trade your IB or E-Trade account, okay? It's an option, it's a feature, that's all it is, okay? When I don't want to make it, not relevant, but I think people get very hung up, especially if they come in at the end and they're hearing me saying IB and E-Trade, using this to trade from within Trade Ideas. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you cannot use this. That's all it means. Okay, it's an option, it's a feature. If you have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean that you have to use it, okay? So I just want to make sure people completely understand that. Now, it's only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, not available. Okay. Now, I'm sorry, I just got distracted a little bit here. So in that link, there's a longer video also, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, okay? And you can also use it, and this is where I really want to emphasize, you can also use it as a simulator, paper trader, okay? So before you start, wow, look at the market. Nice move, guys. Nice move here. That was a little bit ominous right here, that red candle. But then that got wiped out by that green candle, and we're continuing. So nice little move so far with the market today. So far. So, as a simulator, so before you commit money to the market, you can practice trading. Please practice trading. Doesn't matter who your broker is, because it's using our real-time data. All you need is our standard service to practice trading. You don't even need a broker. If you're still unsure about who you want as your broker, doesn't matter. It's using our real-time data, so you can practice trading here. Super simple. Click on an alert. Symbol shows up. Now I'm going to start this from scratch because I'm going to disconnect from my from the simulator. Okay, so when you start off, it'll say not connected. All you do is click on Sim, and then select account. It might take a couple seconds. This happened instantly, but it'll say select account. Just click on it, and then you see where it says simulated trading default. Now you're into simulation trading. Okay, just a moment, please. All right, another sound alert. So again, very simple to use. All you do is click on a symbol, and the symbol will show up. Okay, and you pick how many shares you want, the price you want. If you're going to buy it, you click the big buy button, and if you want to short it, you click the big sell button. Very simple to use. No, the reason I was talking about CCXI at the 2240 level is because I think when I looked left, yeah, so if you look left on the monthly chart, that was the next low on the monthly chart. So I thought, okay, if it can take that out, and it tried, but it didn't quite get through that, then when you look left on that monthly chart, 1713 is the next low. So obviously, if it could somehow, take out that 2240, it had some room on that monthly chart to keep moving down. That's all. I mean, look, do they all work? Of course not. Of course not. But look at the ANF. I mean, I unfortunately missed my entry on it, but 3121. What is it now? Got all the way down to 2911. So that's all. It's just that's why everything I've got is an idea. It's not I get an alert, take the trade. No. Well, that's what I saw. And it's on my 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, and it's an earnings play. So, I mean, there was a reason why it was breaking down. It's an earnings play. Okay? And, obviously, it's down 21%. So, I mean, earnings are not good. The reaction, anyway, not good. So, all right, so this is from Zach's Bounce Plays. RBLX just been absolutely kicked for the last few months, and will is bounds. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look good. All right, just want to demonstrate how to use this FL 3068. Probably not. If FL, in fact, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you how you can put a conditional buy order in something. Let's just say you really like this FL, but only if it took out yesterday's high. So yesterday's high is 3068. So let's just say you wanted to take this. Now, I'm just using this as an example, okay? If it took out, if it got up to say 3075. So you pick how many shares you want to do this at. I'll make, I'll take 200 shares. I'm going to put 3075 in both of these boxes. All right, I'm going to click the buy button and you will see a big blue line appear on the chart. Okay, right there, 3075. So if this gets up to 3075, it'll take the trade. Now, you could have also done it the reverse way. Let's say you wanted to take it, but only if it pulled back to a certain price. You would put that price in these two boxes and click the buy button, and you would have seen a blue line underneath the current price. So it would take it on a pullback. All right, so a couple of ways to do it. Now, at any point, if you don't want to take the trade anymore, you don't like the way maybe the overall market's trading, you just don't want to take the trade anymore, you just go to the orders, click on orders, and right click and cancel order, okay? So I will leave it in there to see what happens. I just want to show you how you can do something like that. So practice trading in our simulator, okay? Please, please, before you commit money to the market. Harsh reality, if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade your real money, okay? Forget about it. Because, you're practicing in a simulator, there's no motion. It's easy to get out of trades, take losses, so what? But when you start trading with real money, sometimes emotion just goes out the window. And that's the other unfortunate aspect, is that if you can make money in a simulator, you're doing really well. It doesn't necessarily translate to making money when you start trading for real. Again, because it becomes way more emotional. So I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from trading, but you've got to spend the time. People ask, well, how long is it going to take me in a simulator to make money? I have no idea. Everybody is different. And unfortunately, some never do. I always talk about the checklist that I believe everybody should have. Some kind of a checklist that if you cannot check every box, don't take the trade. In other words, looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Be selective. Be highly selective. Have some kind of a checklist. And I don't mean having 100 things that have to be checked. Otherwise, obviously, you'll never take a trade. Now, I can't tell you what your checklist is going to be. You're going to have to practice trading, devise some kind of a trading plan that makes sense to you. I know what makes sense to me, but what makes sense to me may not make sense to you. So a lot of the things that I can already check a lot of things because my scans will never give me anything I don't want to see. All right, to start. I mean, in other words, it's not going to give me something outside of the price range I like. It's not going to give me something without the minimum volume that I want, etc. So a lot of the things on my checklist are already covered in the scans that I create. And then after that, I click on the alert, and now I check to see, okay, if it, most of the things that I see are they're making a new low for the day or a new high for the day. Then you'll hear me say all the time, I look left, look left, look left on the higher time frames. Daily, weekly, monthly, just to check to see, okay, where could it keep going until it hits the next high if I'm going to go long something? As an example. Okay, so again, I'm never ever taking a trade just because I get an alert. But that's why you've got to practice. No, there is no private chat. Okay, botmatized. Okay, there is no private chat. You want to start talking to Denver like that? That's fine. Okay, that's fine. But just go off topic. That's but there's no way to start a private chat with people. Okay, let's see what the AI is doing. Again, nothing really shaking. JWN at 26, not bad. I mean, there was the alert at 26. It's starting to move. Not quite the day's high yet. 26.55 is the day's high. Post market after hours yesterday looks like it was around 27.30. So it's still got about a dollar until it gets to that level. And we're not saying that's going to happen, but that is kind of my thought process. If I were going to take this one, I'd say, okay, the next high looking left after hours was about a dollar away. So, I could say it's got some room. All right, guys. PRTS earnings play it's gone positive now. Release earnings after hours was negative. It started off negatively this morning, but it's gone positive now, PRTS. And when you look left, what do you see? 871. That's too close. 870, 952. If that 871 wasn't there, that would be pretty attractive because then the next highs are in the 950 level, but a dollar away. But for me, part of my checklist, 871, too close. I won't take the trade. That doesn't mean it's not going to just zoom right through 871, but I just won't take the trade. Well, CCXI is getting closer and closer. I mean, it's been, what did it get up to? 2330. So okay, so no real mention this one. So Arlo was an earnings play also. I didn't realize that. It's also an earnings play, or maybe I didn't know it, but Arlo is an earnings play. So it's just basing nicely over 11. And when you look left, this is a 2-year high, so that's pretty good. Arlo is a 2-year high. The longer it bases over 11, and then if we get some volume, again, that could just pop it up. All right, guys, CCXI, man, it's getting so tempting. So understand, I mean, if this gets down over underneath that 2240, I'm probably in it. I'm not telling anybody to do what I'm doing. moment. All right, let's see. Meanwhile, WEAT, just check out 10 guys. What a run this has been on. Again, this is a lot of wheat over in that area of the world, obviously, and somebody even mentioned there might be drought conditions there. But anyway, there's probably some kind of a wheat shortage, and that is what is causing this one to just soar here. But you're in chase mode now. I mean, that's a look at that candle though. Look at that 15-minute candle for WEAT. All right, watching the Arlo, guys, just kind of watching this Arlo as it keeps basing up here. Okay, see if we get some volume to pop it through. I'll probably take that trade. It's got lots of room. 2-year high. Okay, Senna, like you're talking about one that is very whippy today, okay? The CCXI with that spread and everything. It's not ideal, okay? Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, but I mean, if it has a huge breakdown, then, I'm interested. Again, you may not want to look at that one, that's all. But, when you looked at GDRX yesterday, it was beautifully down all day, virtually, and no spread issue. They're not all going to be like that. Okay, so if you have a bad feeling about it, just forget about it. But GDRX yesterday was awesome, right from the get-go. I mean, look at this. I mean, it was almost at the end of the day. But look at that first 15-minute candle. It was straight down. I actually don't know where the next high for Arlo is. I know it's a 2-year high. I haven't. I'd have to look. Let's see. I mean, it's a 2-year high, so it's pretty. 1175 on that monthly chart, but this is way back in 2018. So you got to go back 3.5 years, 2.5 years, 3.5 years till you see these highs. So whether that's relevant or not, I don't know. So here's the deal, Senna. I mean, if you have a bad feeling about something with the spread, like I do, I mean, look, CCXI is not easy. Just pass. The only reason I'm on it is because know about it is because it's in this one, okay, the 10-day daily breakdown, which has produced some really, really good trades for me. So of course I'm going to pay attention to it, but they're not all equal. Just because I get an alert there doesn't mean I pile into the trade. DWAC just took a bit of a hit underneath that 100. Very, very choppy. You either got to believe in what's going to happen or not. I mean, this is, for me, it's a very difficult intraday trader. Very choppy, up, down, up, down. Man, meanwhile, AUPH. So AUPH just took out the low of 2 days ago. Is that right? No, not quite. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, 1080. So it is now below the low of 2 days ago. And look at all this on that monthly. I mean, it is just, the next lows look like they're around 983 or so. So what happened? They lost some kind of a legal challenge. Well, guys, that footlocker, it may trigger. Again, I'll leave it in just to show you how it works. You know, 30.75, so it's getting closer, about 20 cents away. So it may trigger. This is in the simulator, of course. Yeah, Peabody just absolutely keeps moving higher here. BTU, Peabody, BTU. I'm not in this one, but boy, oh boy. I mentioned it earlier. Some of you might have taken it on the 20 break. All right, Arlo, guys. Arlo is really interesting. I mean, the longer it's just kind of basing right here. You can see that if it just gets some volume coming in, you could pop this. It's 80 million in the float, so it's not crazy low, not crazy high. Yeah, the gold plays, some of the gold plays now are starting to lose their luster. SBSW starting to fall here. This has been, of course, look at what it did yesterday. Just a complete straight up. Now, we've almost got the reverse. Look at this 15-minute candles. Here are these 15-minute candles. Almost the reverse of what happened yesterday with SBSW. My guess is that a lot of the gold plays are going to look like that. Let's take a look at AU just for fun. Not quite as dramatic as SBSW, but yeah, I'm seeing this on that breaking up on volume. BGF, the big five. It's an earnings play. Okay, it's an earnings play over that whole number now. Next high looking left is 1782, so this has some room. 1712, so the next high looking left is 1782. Okay, guys, Arlo. Arlo. And we're getting some volume. Getting some volume. Not huge, but just enough to keep it moving higher here. Earnings play. 2-year high. So I think the next high I saw was about 3.5 years ago. I don't think that's a big concern. So a question I have in our YouTube, do I scan for, I'm not a large cap player, but I mean, it's easy enough to set up a scan for large caps. But personally, I don't, I kind of tend towards the one that are $30 and under. But that doesn't mean, we have people in the main trading room that look at large caps all the time. So you're in a YouTube room, you want to head over to our other room, what I call the main room, you can do that. And there are people in there that look at larger cap stocks than I do. I just like the ones under 30 just because, they can give me the biggest percentage moves usually. But can trade ideas scan for large cap? Of course. It's just a matter of, we got one of the filters is market cap. Okay, might as well type it in. Market C, there you go, market cap. So I mean, if you only wanted to see a certain market cap, billion market cap, whatever that number is, just put the minimum in and then create all your scans around that. Arlo, guys, Arlo turned out to be a very nice on that break. And look at the market. So the market's having a nice pop here. So this is probably, we talk about the alpha stocks, so the CCXIs and all that. It looks like it's being too influenced by the market as opposed to just really trading on its own. So I'm just going to forget about it now. Something really dramatic would have to happen now. Okay, give me a moment, please. All right, guys. So it's been a while since I've taken the 10-day daily break out. I've been just constant. Oh, we got one here now. The AKA. What are you doing? Also known as AKA. So this is an all-time low. This is an earnings play, AKA. And how many are there shorts available? Number one. Are there shorts available for AKA? And the answer is yes. At Interactive Brokers anyway. So there are shorts available for AKA. All right, it took the trade, guys. I left it in there, okay? This is in the simulator. See, I put this foot locker. I said conditional buy order above yesterday's high. So it took the trade. This is in the simulator. Just wanted to show you how that works. All right, AKA, just got to get that, make sure I don't lose sight of this one in case it takes out this 5 level later on. So I'm putting an alert down here. 497 takes that out. It's an all-time low. It showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown, but I won't take it unless it takes out 5. So big move by the SPY guys. Big move here. Nice. Not so good for AUP. Wow, look at AUPH gathering steam here. I did not take this one. I was really thinking about it. I did not end up taking this one, but you know, broke down through that 1090, which was a low of 2 days ago. If you're asking me why I didn't take it, because I wasn't concentrating on it enough. Probably what I should have been doing is really, you know, watching this, how it traded underneath that 1080 and just pile into it, but you know, I got somewhat distracted. But it is just taken to the woodshed. Look at this AUPH. Now the next low looking left on the monthly chart is 732. Takes out that 10 level. Actually, I'm wrong. Maybe 983. 983 is the next low looking left on the monthly chart. Whoa, Arlo, another leg up here, guys. Arlo, another leg up. As I say, I love the 10-day daily breakouts. I'm kind of kidding because I can't remember the last time I took one. Wow, good. Well, gosh, I took some off. I noticed there's a drop now. I took some off in the 11. What did I get at? 1142. A bit of a drop, so we'll have to see what happens now with the Arlo. But yuck, look at this. The wheat really dropped here. So we're getting some choppy action. Meanwhile, well, guys, AUPH just, well, briefly took out 10. AUPH just briefly took out 10. And Triple D from yesterday, this was an earnings play yesterday, a very crazy, well, kind of a crazy day. This had a big gap up in the pre-market on earnings. Market open and it just basically collapsed and it's continuing down. And it's, of course, it's below yesterday's low, and the next low looking left is 1728. So I'm sorry, that's wrong. That is 1538. So it's got about $1 till it hits that next low. And that is Triple D. And I see why you're talking about HWN. Howmet Aerospace. Where are they out of? All right, so Nordstrom's is still working pretty well from the AI, guys. I'm just looking here. I didn't take this one out of the AI, but 26 and 26.93. That's the area right there I'd be very aware of. If you're in this one long, 27.36, that looks like, make sure of that. Okay, it looks like 27.25 was the high after hours yesterday. The whole number could stall it though also. 27 could stall it. And again, that 27.25 was the high after hours. Is RUSL halted also? Well, it says it's not shortable. Yesterday I think it was shortable. And RSX, is it halted? It is halted. You're right. RSX is halted. RUSL probably. Surprised it's not halted also. Now, is RSX halted? I don't know if this is a news halt or if this is a volatility halt. I can't quite tell. Playboy, guys, PLBY, Playboy, making a new high here. An earnings play, PLBY. And let's see, after hours, it got up to around 1664. So that might be the area that it's got to break. If you look left on the daily chart, 1698. So it's getting closer to that, some areas of 1738. It's not clean. It doesn't have like a clean look to get through 17, in my opinion anyway. All this is here. It's a big, actually it's not a big float, 20 million in the float. Interesting. So if I want to get out of this trade right now, the FL trade, okay, these are hotkeys, so all I have to do is highlight. Okay, and then I can click on the flatten button if I want to get out of half the trade. I can click the half button, or I can double my position. Okay, these are hotkeys. So I'm just going to flatten it just to show you how it works. So what this max P&L means, when it took the trade at 30.76, it probably only got about the 30.77. That was about the high after I took that trade in the simulator. So that's telling me, the modest $1. And exiting the trade in the simulator for a $54 loss. Now, keeping an eye on the distance from the exit price. What you'd want to see if you were, doing this for real, you would want to see a nice big negative number, because that would tell you, okay, got out of the trade, yeah, I took a loss, but look what it's doing now. It's even way lower than where I got out of the trade. Okay, and that's what you'd want to see. Right now, it's basically at the exit price. So this can give you an idea about how good are your exits. The other thing, which of course is not demonstrated here, but if at some point I'd been up, say, $500 on the trade, and when I exited, I took a $54 loss, obviously that's not what you should be doing. Okay, so these columns here can give you a good idea about how good am I managing my exits. That's why I keep saying, practice, practice, practice. All right, so this is an interesting one from Zach's topping tail scan. I mean, it got up to 30, let's see, the alerts were around the 25 and the 32 level. It's right at 35. If you were to take this one, you'd probably look to this level here, 34.45 on the 2-minute chart, which is about the same on the 5, okay? Where there's looks like there's some good support. So, I mean, if you took this short here at 35, you'd be looking at that saying, okay, maybe it can get down to the 50 level before it bounces. So you're looking at, say, 50 cents. So in order to take this trade, you'd have to be saying to yourself, okay, if I could get 50 cents, where's my stop? Is it a 25-cent stop? Yeah, maybe, which would be a 1 for 2. So if I took this trade here, let's do it just to show you. Give me a moment. So if I were going to risk $100 on this trade, all right, I could take 400 shares with a 25-cent stop. I'm going to go in at the market. It's just demonstration purposes. Okay. Of course, I blew this. I'm supposed to be shorting this. So let me get out of this. So a little bit of money management here. So if I'm going to short this one, I'm going to take 400 shares. I'm going to short it at the market. Okay, so the entry was 35.06. I'm going to put a stop at 35.31, which is 25 cents away, which is, not a bad area anyway. And you will see on the chart, there should be something very close to minus 100 on a red line. There we go, minus 102. So what I've done here is I said, okay, I get into this trade. It's a short. If it goes up to 35.31, I'm going to be taken out for about a $100 loss. That's how much I'm risking on the trade. So when you get into trading, obviously, not obviously, but the way I trade, I always have even though, let's just say, I'm in the simulator here. Let's just say this was in my real account. I was able to check every box and I said, yes, I want to short this one. And so my thought process would be, okay, if I short this one, where could it go until it hits some resistance? So, it's about 50 cents away. So if I'm going to take this, where would my stop be based on the chart? Well, it's not bad. I mean, that's the high of that candle, okay? Which is about 25 cents away. So I would be risking 25 cents to maybe make 50 cents, which, that's about it's cutting it, pretty finely, but, that's my thought process. I don't want to risk 25 cents to make 10 cents. Now, do I know it's going to go down 50 cents? Of course not. But I have to have a reasonable expectation, when I look at a chart, say, okay, where could it get to before it hits some resistance? And so I look here and I say, that's about 50 cents away. And then that'll share size me, because in the simulator, I always try to risk $100 just to show you money management. How much you risk will be dependent on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always trying to show a $100 risk, and to make the math super simple. So again, if you're sort of shaking your head, not understanding any of this is why you got to practice. You've got to figure out, well, where am I going to put a stop? I saw when he did it, but maybe I'm not sizing up a resistance area as well as I should. I'm more visual. How I would do it if I were starting, make it really easy. Just put your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a very defined stop, defined price. You don't have to kind of size up a chart and kind of think, maybe that's a resistance area or a support area. Yeah, if you're starting out, and I think Real uses a stop like that a lot, so that makes it really, really simple, very, very well defined. So you get into the trade, of course, the price, and you know what the low of the previous 5-minute candle is. You know that price. You subtract the two, that gives you the difference. Divide that difference into how much you're willing to risk, say $100, and that'll share size you. It seems like a lot, but you've got to practice, So with the 25-cent stop, I knew, and if I'm risking $100 on the trade, if I divide 25 cents into $100, I get 400 shares. That's why that's why I wanted to demonstrate all this using 400 shares with a $100 risk. Now, one thing about the way I trade is that when I place a stop, that's the worst I want to do on the trade, okay? But if I don't like the way, like for instance, if this starts inching up and up and up, and the market is moving higher, and I'm looking at this, I don't have to wait to this particular stop, okay? I can make a determination, say, you know what, I just don't like the way it's trading. I'm going to get out earlier than my stop. That's the worst I want to do on the trade, is my stop. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So the only thing I'm still in is the Arlo. Okay, just still in the Arlo. I did take some out. I got pretty lucky on that 1142, and then it dropped almost after that. It is trying to come back a little bit, and that's it. And the market though is putting in a nice surge here. Nice surge. We're up 500. SPY's up 71. Now let's take a look at the sectors. My guess is that we're going to see virtually, maybe not energy though, maybe not energy. Yes, I mean they're still mostly up, but look at that, guys. We haven't seen green like this for a while. Okay, tech 94%, communications 80%. So again, these numbers refer to, these are the stocks that make up the sector, XLE, energy, ETF. These are the stocks that make it up. 86% of them are above yesterday's close. HES is still down. Remember we saw that one earlier? HES is still down for whatever reason. But everything, I mean, especially financials, financials were just being absolutely kicked. Let's take a look at XLF. Yeah, so you can see yesterday, so, you know, even in this decline, 41 down to, yeah, I mean, we're getting a little bit of a rebound here, but. So, no, I haven't looked at the defense layout. No, David? The defense, I don't think is that still in the old channel bar? I know we used to have a defense. I know we used to have a defense sector. I don't think we have it here even anymore. The reason being is that we eliminate a lot of. Where is it? I don't think it's here anymore. Oh, there it is. It's right there. Yeah. So I don't look at anything in this channel bar because the minute I click on this, my layout goes. So, and what we did was, I'm surprised it's still there. Or am I wrong? Is it in the dock channel bar? I don't think it is it? And we tried to really reduce the number of channels we had. So no, the answer is no. Yeah, you know what, guys? In my spiel, I completely forgot to go over these channels, you know, to show you that these are all layouts. Okay, these are all layouts. Go, Arlo, go! Yeah, so these are all channels. Let me just, they're all theme-based channels. So, for instance, momentum, okay, a momentum channel. Okay, so if you take a look at this, this is an alert window. You right-click, configure, summary. And this is going to show you exactly what it's looking for, all right? So just like my scans, I mean, you can take my scans and incorporate them as part of your layout. Not every single one of them, of course. I mean, I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing. I mean, the idea is not to load every one of them. It's to kind of pick and choose because you don't want to have information overload, all right? So, and if you like the scans, though, exactly the way they are, of course, you can keep them that way. Or if you looked at this scan as an example, or any one of my scans, and you thought, well, I like the concept, but I don't like the price range. Okay, you just change it. So we'll change it to 10 and 100. Okay, click on the summary. See how it is now changed, 10 and 100. I can say okay. So now this is changed to 10 and 100. And I can take this scan and I can right click, duplicate into a free floating window. It popped on another monitor of mine. Now it's a free floating window, and now I can right click and save or share to cloud, save it. Why am I doing that? Because now I can go to the different channels. I can start extracting scans that I might like, save them into the cloud, and then I can load them, file, load from cloud. And if I had saved it, you would have seen it right up here. And just start clicking, load, click, load, the whole bit. And then you basically can create your own layout from scans that we have created for you, okay? And you can modify them. So if you don't want to ever create your own scans from scratch, we've got a lot of scans here, plus of course the scans that I'm sharing, okay? Now, a word about this too is that when you make a change here, if you leave this channel and come back, that change is not saved. And the reason being, as I say every day, the fact you want to make a change to something in the channel does not necessarily reflect what everybody else wants. Okay, so what I'm really trying to show is just show you that you can take a scan, save it to the cloud, and then load them back in and incorporate them part of your layout. Oh, so maybe I'm on a, depends on what version of Trade Ideas you've got, I guess, Nelson. You should see this. This is the latest version, the latest beta that's available on our website. So it depends on the version. If you click on Help and About, what are you seeing? Click Help and About, what version? Now I'm on a development version, so if you click on Help and About, it'll tell you the version. You have to be on the latest beta. Otherwise, because you will see this if you're on the latest beta. Created all these, we've created all these races, and again, I encourage you to go to our user guide and click on the race car section. Okay, so you need 0.6, whatever it is, 0.69, 0.68. Let me just see. So if you click on my homepage link and then go up to the download section. So download the beta. We have now, so you're in the production. Yeah, download this one, the 0.69, then it'll show, okay? All right, guys, so Tech is on the move here. Big Canadian resource company. Tech on the move, all-time high. My guess is that FCX is doing something very similar, Freeport. And I'm a little bit wrong, but it is, yesterday was an all-time high. But Tech, TECK, all-time high. So the Russian ETFs, I guess they're starting to trade again. I see ERUS was also halted. It is resumed. RSX is probably resumed. All right, so in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be Steve in the YouTube room. I'm going to verify that, and he's going to be super happy to talk about his trade of the week, which is Arch, and triggered at 118. So it would have triggered briefly on Monday, and then It was yesterday, and of course, here's today. So how you trade it will be up to you, of course. But let me just all right, guys, I'm just want to confirm that it is Steve. So I'm just going to, a confirmation, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Steve. Just want a confirmation, that's all. Yeah, Nordstrom's is still pretty strong, guys. JWN is not really showing that much of a drop. Okay, yeah, it is Steve. So he just confirmed that he will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes, okay, when I take my break. You know, it's starting to make a move. Might have to switch gears on this one. Is that ICPT? ICPT is making a move here. I have to switch on this one. I took the short early, did okay on it, but now it looks like it wants to maybe pop. It's above all these highs here. But you are going against a trend. I mean, its trend. Okay, no way could we have got this one. I'm just looking at Zach's bounce plays, and at 20:05, this AES showed up here, but that was just an outlier, I guess. No way we could have got this here. Otherwise, because I'm looking, man, there's a dollar pop, but then I'm realizing that is just some kind of a big, crazy bottoming tail outlier. No way you could have got it. Yay, you're right. KPTI just kind of hit in that it took out 7. Interesting. Okay. In terms of the AES. Let me look at on our. Well, it did do it on our on the IB chart. There's a huge bottoming tail on the IB chart, so interesting. And it's the same one as on our, as is on our chart. AKA did not. Wow, AKA had a nice bounce actually. So again, do they all work? Of course not. But that's why I wait. I was waiting for a 5 break for AKA, and it didn't happen. So I'm just waiting on it. Again, just because I get an alert doesn't mean I pile into the trade. Hmm. I haven't seen this one for a while, guys. The BBIG, it's rearing its ugly, ugly head here. A lot of volume coming in. It's a big float, 122. Remember well, a few months ago when it got up to 12, and man, it was being hyped all over the place on the internet. I had to, in our YouTube room, had to keep deleting posts by obviously bots just trying to pump the heck out of this BBIG. Anyway, for whatever reason, maybe it's being pumped again because some volume is definitely coming in. All right, guys, I'm all out of the Arlo now. It's a little too whippy for me, so I've got nothing right now. I'm out of the Arlo. Boy, what a base for JWN. Look at this base for Nordstrom's on this 2-minute chart, the 5-minute chart, even the 15-minute chart. You can see if it can find a way, with some volume. The volume is really dwindling, but it's not. But the stock is not. The price is not yet. It's sort of holding. But if there's all of a sudden some volume comes in, popping it through 27, I mean, this has got a shot. I don't know if Zach is still short Nordstrom's or not. So again, looking at this, the Foot Locker, remember I took this one and just wanted to demonstrate the distance from the exit price. So at this point, it is 16 cents above where I exited. Now that's not what you not want to normally see, of course. Okay, you want to see a nice big negative number, which would be telling you that okay, where I got out, it is way below, which would be good if you're. But in this particular case. But I'm just really trying to demonstrate here, it's a good gauge. How good are you managing your exits? Or how well are you managing your exits? Okay, the SPY. So we got a bit of a topping tail here, but nothing really alarming yet on the SPY, the market. Afraid to look at para. Is it still parabolic? Sort of. Your favorite swing now? Well, it is done. I don't know where you got in, but man, it has not cared. This is a classic alpha stock, guys. It has not cared what the market has been doing over the last, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, today is the 6th day. It has not cared. Very British of you, Barry. The ICPT, guys, it's having a nice bounce. I'm not in it, but just wanted to point it out. Potential bounce play for some of you off that 13. It's got, obviously it's got room, 14 or so. There's the high right here. So it wants to keep trying to bounce. Okay, I'm just going to bring up Arch. Steve will be here in about 10 minutes or so. All right, guys, there's JWN. Just made a new high here. JWN just made a new high. Approaching that after hours high from yesterday. I think, what did I say, 17? 25, sorry. 27.25, so it's getting closer and closer. Oh, I have no idea. Timothy, I mean, anything is possible. You know, obviously, yeah, you're right. The market doesn't like uncertainty. War is uncertainty. A lot of other things, you know, uncertainty. Look at ICPT, guys. Okay, I'm watching this KPTI to see how well it holds underneath 7. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just concentrating on a couple of things here on my other monitor, just seeing if there's anything kind of interesting. However, I'm going to be taking my break in about 5 minutes, so do not really want to enter anything right now. Okay, so notice I kept that short in, this HWM. I wanted to show you how that worked. It took me out of the trade for that, well, it's because of a little bit of slippage and all, it took me out of the trade for a $116 loss in the simulator. I just wanted to show you how that worked. So if you're having a tough time, if you're having a tough time obeying your stops once you start trading and you happen to have an IB, well, actually, I should back this up. I mean, if you're using IB or E-Trade, of course you can use this, but your broker will have a way in which you can put, if you don't have IB or E-Trade, all brokers have a way in which you can put a stop in. So if you're having a tough time obeying your stops, you get into a trade and it looks so fabulous to you and everything is checked and it still doesn't work and you think to yourself, man, I'm not going to obey my stop because it's got to work. Then you can, start using the system to put automatic stops in for you to take you out of the trade if that is an issue for you. Okay? It makes it completely unemotional. And you just move on. Ah, okay. This is what I've been asking for, and I'm told. So this is what we're going to be able to do in the races. The top one, two, three, four. We'll rank them. So this is what I've been waiting for. So if a stock keeps wins races over and over again all day long, I want to see it right at the top here. I want to see it ranked like that, instead of my having to. So this is what they've been working on. So instead of my having to go, there's X4, but what if there's something, here's MULN, that should be at the top. Not that that necessarily means you pile into the trade, but I want to know those stocks that are winning the races, the ones that are winning the races most during the day. So that will be in an upcoming build. Well, plus Pal doesn't know what's really going to happen with the war. Okay, I mean he might have his opinion, and it's obviously it's a valued call it a valued opinion, but nobody really knows. So okay, all I'm really watching now is this KPTI to see how well it holds under 7. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. Steve should be here anytime. I'm sure he's chomping at the bit to get in and talk about his arch trade or his arch trade of the week. And what I'll do is I'll put the YouTube link in here. So if you want to head over there for the hour, well, Steve talks about not just arch, of course, but just you can ask him really anything, but not easy coming up with one trade, you know, for the so-called trade of the week. So there's a YouTube link. So I'm just going to wait for Steve to show up, and he should be any time now. All right, well, KPTI just inching its head over that 7 mark. How did that Orgo end up doing? Ah, there he is. Okay, Steve, have fun. I've pumped the heck out of you for your trade of the week. All right, I'll stop my streaming right now.
Excuse me. Coughing right into the microphone. Let me just make sure I can hear myself. Yeah, there it is. Good cough. Hey, everybody. Sorry about that. Let me change that. Refresh that. All right, how's everybody doing? Hello, all you trade ideas users and probably even non-trade ideas users. Welcome to the Wednesday show, the break that we give Barry. I'll talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. Of course, as you can see, I've got ARCH on here. And a couple things. I took the trade and I got it about a point higher than I wanted to. Should have been 118, but it went through so quickly. But by the time I got my fill, and again, this is a low float stock. 14 million shares is not much at all. So things can move quickly. So my entry was a little late, and but I took it on Monday. I'm sorry, it was down here. My entry was right about 119, right about there. And I've talked a lot. Maybe some of you guys have heard me that my style is to try and catch a move just like this. So thank God it worked for me and anybody else that bought it with Trade of the Week. But to not get too greedy, okay? I have already sold half of my arch, and I did so around 133 or 130. It was right back here. Okay, it was right around there. I sold half, okay, because I don't like it when you give back a really good move, and I don't have a problem selling half on the way up as it's making a major extension above its moving average. But that second trailing half, I'm basically using this now. This is going to be my determining factor as to when I exit my second half. It could be today, it could even be tomorrow. I don't know. But the minute a candle of the 15-minute variety closes below this rising 10 SMA, that's my signal that the momentum has probably died out, and I squeezed the absolute most out of the trade that I possibly can without risking too much and being careless, i.e., in other words, taking half off on that big push on the open. I told you I love to get like a nice day and a half move, and I would call yesterday day one because it broke out of that shape, that consolidation, and this is day two, and about halfway into the day, even earlier, I sold half off there, and we're going to wait and see what the other half does. So for anybody managing this position like I am, That's how I'm playing it, and we'll see what happens. Other than that, market is deciding what it wants to do. I got some thoughts on this. I was short some IWM using TZA. I made some money. I could have sold a lot quicker, but I got out, and then I got back in SPXS. All right, at the bottom down here, basically right here. Okay, right around in here, and I was in the money. And look at this, guys. I talk a lot about this 5-day moving average, the 130 candle average, right? Look at how the SPXs ran right into that 5-day moving average. If we look at the inverse of the SPY, look at how the SPY, a little sloppy, but they held that flattening 5-day average. So I got out. I got out today on the SPXs for a minimal loss. I'll show you where I got out. So what I'm getting at here is I am no longer looking for lower prices in the market. I feel like that was just the best we could get. So yeah, I was pretty much flatted the trade. Like I said, I bought some down here, wrote it up. Really was hoping for it to break through that 5-day moving average, and it didn't, with many attempts, I might add. And so I got out right about there earlier. So pretty much a flat trade, I think, is the way it worked out, because I might have added some. So what I'm getting at is I'm not really that bearish anymore. I'm going to lean on this day back here. Okay, this giant reversal day, which I was short the IWM, but I didn't get out until half the day was over because I recognized this was just a juggernaut of a move. I don't even think I need to look, but they call these types of days 90% days, where basically 90% of the stocks out there make new highs on the day. And reversal. This is a very, very solid reversal right there. Gapping down, didn't even sell off. They just bought the market right back and it closed on highs. That is a significant reversal bar, even more significant than that wick. The wick traded down and back up, but this thing gapped down and traded all the way back up, and then followed through with a second day, of course, day and a half. Now we've just been chopping sideways. And I'm no longer going to try and guess what this market wants to do by shorting it or hedging it, because that's really what it was. SPXSs were a hedge for me against some of my longs. These are some of my longs down here mirrored in my another account. And I've got 2 other accounts that I trade in with Arch and some of the other ones. BTU was a nice one. Okay, so it was a trade of the week back here. And then it just kind of got weird, had earnings, got ahead of itself. And I remember talking to you guys last week and saying that right there was so impressive. I would have loved to have participated in that. But maybe the old wise tale says sometimes the best blessings are the things you didn't get. Because the following day, I don't know what the hell happened. Somebody said they might have issued a secondary or something. But that is extremely volatile and unexpected. So I watched it and I said, you know what? As soon as it touches that 20-day moving average and bounces, you can see there's my position. I got in some BTU and I actually held it for longer than I normally do. But as you can see, I did the same thing in BTU today that I did over in Arch. I sold half. And now I'm watching to see how these candles close. Look at how exactly they do what I expect them to do. They put up a fight. The buyers will put up a fight here at this rising 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart, and I still have half my shares. So if this thing wants to close on highs, I'll keep that half. But I think that's really the best way, and I wasn't doing a good job of this last year. I mean, the last 6 months of 21, I was participating in good moves, but I wasn't getting out. I was getting way too greedy because I wasn't performing as well as I thought I should. And I didn't really have that great of a year. It was pretty much a flat year for the most part. Started off okay, and then it just didn't really do much in my swing trading account. But this year, both my swing trading accounts are up 20%, with the market down, 10% roughly. So off to a good start. But I needed to be doing more of this, more selling half after a couple big day moves, and then letting that second half trail and see what I can squeeze out of that second half. All right. So I don't see any questions. Maybe you guys are listening intently on what I'm talking about there, hopefully. But if you have any questions, you want to look at anything, you need help with any scans or trade ideas, let me know. That's just kind of my intro of what I'm thinking right now. I know the Fed, Powell is testifying, or he's in front of a live microphone, which is always very dicey for people long or short. Probably more for shorts, because it's very easy for Powell and the Feds to just grab a live microphone and say some nice, juicy, dovish things when they need to. Hey, JP. Okay, I have not gone over CF, but I went over Arch. That's excellent. Good job, JP. I'm happy to recap there. I didn't go over CF yet, but as far as Arch goes, I've got it in another account and my mom's account, which is a third account. She basically gave me the keys to her TDA account, and like I said, she's happy that she's up 20% and the market's down 10, but coming off of a really dismal second half of 21, it just didn't go anywhere. So Arch. It was a very thinly traded stock. That's one of the reasons I was in it. It's one of the reasons I traded with you guys live last week. Only 14 million in the float, and we have a giant short squeeze, which is what is happening right now. This is exactly why I talk about the A table and why I don't lose track of names on the A table, because all I have to do is just keep flipping through them, and at some point I'm going to see a really nice setup that looks something like that, even better. Okay, that was the day I bought. That was the day it triggered. And Tuesday, Wednesday. Textbook trade, just perfect. I wish they were all this easy, but they're never going to be that easy. So JP, I sold half this morning, around 132.50, I think it was. So I sold half right about here as it was getting ahead of itself. When stocks have run for 2 or 3 days and they're getting ahead of themselves, this is usually a blow off. And so I want to take some off the table there and lock in a profit. And it makes it a heck of a lot easier to sit in the other half, which is what I'm doing now, and keying off my second half moving average there. Same thing went with BTU. Also in BTU, there it is there. I sold some of it this morning, and I'm keeping half for higher prices. And, well, CF is what you wanted to look at too, I think, right? And CF, right. Okay, so CF doing the same thing. Just took its time, just like BTU. It was really looking good back here, and then it threw some sort of a tantrum, sold off. But in hindsight, those are the counter moves before the big moves, and they are never more prevalent than they are now these days, last many years with the algorithmic trading. They seem to always kind of like really enjoy to shake the trees first and wash out the weak hands and then make their move, just like they did in BTU down that day, and then launch. It's almost like you're pulling an arrow back in the bow and then twing, letting it go. So I'm seeing more and more of that, and I was kicking myself because I missed BTU, but I took advantage of that, what I saw on the second day, and took advantage of that. But as far as CF goes, same thing. It just took its time, a little bit of volatility, pulled the arrow back, shook out all the weak hands below the 50, and then consolidated, and boom, beautiful move. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it's a very slow move. It's not a big pop, so you're getting a nice grind out of it. I'd say if you haven't sold half by now, you might want to, and then you can trail the second. Oh, you think you did say that. You've got 80%, so you're trailing 20%. If you're just going to trail 20%, you might get out too early if you use the intraday. What I'm going to do in TGB, BTU, is I'm going to probably look to reload if this thing comes back, BTU, if this thing comes back to the 10-day simple moving average, which is one of the reasons I sold. There's the 10-day down here around 17, and we are way ahead of our skis. We're way up here. So that's when I like to take half off. And I don't know if I'll sell the other half if this breaks. So I kind of like this as a core position. What I could do is I could buy that half back maybe in a couple days if it comes down and touches the rising 10 SMA. I might use this as a core position and kind of trade around it and maybe kind of just add and pair it off here and there. So for that CF, you might want to do the same thing. Just maybe use that 10-day simple moving average as your guide. And then if it does hold that, you could even reload down there. Or if you want to just book your profits, use what I use on the 15-minute there. and that can get you out for a real solid, good timing. Let a couple of days come in before it pulls back. It just depends on what you want to do with it. Oh, you don't mind, JP, if I use that as a testimonial, do you? Pop that in the right channel there. Okay, Debbie, is there an indicator or have you written a custom formula to measure how far a stock price is from the 10 SMA or on the 15-minute charts? Well, I think I might have an answer for you. And it's not a custom. It would be, let's see, what's the right one that we want to use here? Would it be, it really is just a filter. So let's do this. Let's go in here and we'll add it to the A table just for fun. And then I'll share the A table with you, Gerald. I see your request there. So configure. All right, now remember, if I just type in 10 SMA, I want to find my 15-minute time frame. There it is. And, oh, you know what? I thought we would have dollar value, the actual value. All we do is we only have percent. In that case, Debbie, I think there is. There would probably be a custom formula for dollar distance. Let me go ahead and ask the guys here and see if I can actually maybe even get a response. I know but what you do is you create that filter and you wanted a percent. Okay, so you wanted a percent. All right, so let's go back to this for a second. So what you would just do then, change from 10 SMA 15-minute period, just show column. So I'm now showing the column. Let's go into my A table. And so Arch is 2.5%. Look at that. Atta boy. 2.5% above the 10 SMA. You're not scanning for it, you're not filtering for it, it's just a data point. And all you have to do, like I said, is go to the configure, search for it, and instead of add filter, you're going to show column. So there's no filtering, you're just showing the data point. And for anybody else that wants to know that, that's a nice trick. You don't have to always go from here to here, add filter. Just go from here to show column, or you can go from there to help to get a documentation on it. But you want a percent, right? So that's what we just saw there, right, Debbie? It's now 3%. Arch is now 3%. Okay, so let's do that. Let's duplicate my window, and now we will make the focal point on colorizing the distance. I see where you're going here. So Debbie wants to use the coloring and the sorting to try and see which ones are close to their 10 SMA and which ones are very far away from their 10 SMA. So we'll go to duplicate. We did that. We'll go to properties. We'll go to colors. And from here, we just select, see if it's in there. No, we'll just go ahead and type it. 10 SMA. No. What the heck was that? Change 10 SMA 10 day. Okay, hold on. Okay, how am I going to find that? Let's do this again. What are we calling this thing in the columns? Change from 10 period, all right? Properties, colors. Change from 10. Okay, we're close. There we are, 15%. So that is now our key. We're using it. Did that work? Change from the 10 period. Okay, let's delete all and let's add some points. So we could do -1. Add that as a waypoint. We could do 0. We could add that. We could do 1. Add that. 2, 3. Oops. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So the A table is now, there you go. Double clicked and sorted. Arch is still on top, but we're sorting no longer from the float or the short float percent like I do. I sort by the short float. What I made for Debbie here is a color coordinated distance in percent from the 10. So that looks about right. Arch is 2.7% above. What's up with star here? Star is going to be below its 10. The ones that are right at it, let's see here. 0.2, this one's right at it. So that's a way in which you can do that. So I'm going to go ahead and share that. I think Debbie might want this one. Usually you can just right click on the column header to access the color menu. But what that does, Debbie, is it only, I see what you're saying, you go right there, custom colors, but it only colorizes that one column like relative volumes here. I'm kind of weird. I like all my colors to be nice and uniform. But you can do that. Yes, you could go right there, do custom colors, and do the exact same thing we just did to only colorize that one. So I'm going to send this one to you, but you can override me on that and do it the way you know how to do it if you want to. All right, we'll do this one for Debbie. And then I'll give you my original one for Gerald. Dink. All right, Gerald, this is my original. And this one is sorted by who has the biggest short float. And I want to see a small float in the circulation. 14 million shares in circulation with only 36% of those being held by short sellers. That's exactly why we're seeing this action right now. That's exactly what I was hoping for. That's why I bought it in real time last week, sold it, and then made it the trade of the week because it was setting up again this week. So Gerald, this one will be for you. This is the one I use. BTU still holding on. All right. Okay, well, I did it the other way, Debbie, but I know you know how to do it, so you can grab that column and do it from the column if you want. All right, looks like we're caught up. Let's see, JP for Arch. Yeah, thanks, JP. They don't always work out that well, but you know what? I genuinely keep people out of trouble, but at the same time, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work on my time frame. You know, for instance, that BTU was a trade of the week, but it got really crazy before it really took off. Oh, I didn't post a link, did I? Thank you. Sorry. I said a table, but I did not post the click. There we go. Thank you, Gerald. Too many things to keep an eye on sometimes. Questions, positions, news, markets, stock price. So backing up here a little bit, Eagle Trader, can you check LNTH? LNTH Holdings. In vitro diagnostics. Okay, so they obviously had great earnings. See how our new charts here show you that earnings beam? Just to highlight that there was a major event there. Just to let you know that was in fact earnings. So Beautiful trade. I don't know if you were in this thing before or you bought it after, but it's definitely doing the right thing. But for how many more days? So there's a couple of points here I would look at. I mentioned, this blue line you see here, this is a 5-day moving average. You're not seeing it on my daily. If you did see it on my daily, it would be looking something like this. But I'm using it on my 15-minute chart instead of my daily because I can get kind of a different view of it. Just like I was talking about the SPXSs yesterday. Look at how they came underneath that 5-day moving average and they just got slammed twice. They couldn't get through it. Numerous attempts. So it's a significant level of interest. So if we go back to your chart, LNTH, notice that the 5-day moving average is coming up to catch it. It becomes a game of chicken at this point when you have a chart like this. How many green days do you want to risk before somebody decides to take profits and really flush this thing? Well, it depends on what your time frame is. The good news is you're back on highs here on the day and you're above the 10 SMA. So if you're getting itchy to sell some of that right here, I would wait until maybe it broke this 10 SMA here on the 15-minute chart and you could sell half. And then maybe you could let the other half roll until the 5-day moving average comes in. So those are the two levels of interest right now. The 10 SMA for me, which it's above, and it's still way above the 5-day. So this thing is in super turbo momentum mode. It's just a matter of what your time frame is, where you got in. There's a lot of things that that you could peg to that, but once I'm in something that's moved 5 green days in a row, I'm extremely skittish to not want to be the last person to run to the fire exit in a crowded movie theater, which is the exact reason that I use that rising 10 SMA. We use BTU as an example. That rising 10 SMA. And I wait for the candle to close below. You see wick, wick, wick. It traded but never closed below. So I like to see what the candles are going to do. Now, BTU could very well run out of energy right here. It's been 2.5 days of good run. I've already taken half off, so I'm much less concerned about when to take profits. But LNTH, it really is up to you. I probably wouldn't want to see it go below this 5-day moving average, but that's way down at 43. So the chart looks great. You bought it after. Okay, so you're up here probably in the $40 level. You're definitely greatly in the money. I would just say that the next time this thing rolls over and breaks this rising 10 SMA, you might want to take a little bit off, and then also definitely respect this 130-day right there. Why do I call it the 130? Because I'm on a 15-minute chart, and if I go to my indicators and I put in an SMA, there's my 10, but this one is a 130 period. What that means is 130 15-minute candles fits perfectly into a 5-day session. So we're kind of zooming in, looking at the 5-day in a different perspective. So those are your two levels of interest for me, roughly 48, we'll call it 48, 49 right there where the 10 SMA is. And this is going to keep coming up quickly underneath at 44. So those are two levels you don't want to have break. Eagle. Oh, see, you did exactly what I should have done, JP. I get so hectic in the morning. You put in a limit order for the pullback, so you got the suggested price. Whereas me, I ran in and chased it because I've got 5 things going at once on the open, and I forgot. I literally forgot it's such a low float stock, so it was my mistake. You got a better entry than I did. I don't know what you mean, the starter layout. Yeah, Arch was a breakout above, but it broke out so quickly. Regarding the pullback 5-minute high starter layout, did you ever flip that scan? Pullback 5. I don't even know if that's my scan. That's not ringing a bell. Regarding the pullback 5-minute. Is that something we made last week? Do you have a copy of it? I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. Pullback. Yeah, it doesn't sound familiar to me, so it might have been somebody else. Could have been Jamie or Andy. But if you have a copy of it, you'd be able to flip it. But it doesn't sound familiar to me. I can ask. Pull back 5 min high starter. All right, so I asked if anybody else recognizes that scan. And if they chime in, I'll let you know. JP. It was provided in one of the sessions, and I never loaded it, but I still have the link. Well, if you have the link, Debbie, you can email us. I can grab that link off the info@trade-ideas email. We can play with it. We can explore it. It might have been from me. Yeah, I think it might have been from Chris. We'll see. He's going to look for it. Sounds like one of Chris's. You just gave the link in the chat. I don't think the chat comes through. Whoops, what did I just do? Here we go. I got the link right here. All right, Chris gave it to me. Let's see what we get. Yep, that looks like it. So your question, JP, was did I ever flip it? Or was it ever flipped? Regarding the pullback, did you ever flip that scan? No, I don't even know what this is. So I will give it to you as well. I didn't title it, but that's that's the scan that Chris just shared. 5-minute high. So let's see what it's doing here. We're looking at new 5-minute high. 5 to 100. Good relative volume. Up from the close. Not at highs. No more than 60% above the low. 5-day range is minimum. Oh, minimum 0.5. Okay. Volume today. So if we wanted to flip it, what we would do is first you duplicate it. So you've got a second working copy. And then you just go to configure and flip. And let's see what this is doing. It doesn't even have anything. Does it have all of today? Yeah, let's see here. Go. So then you've got them side by side. So we could say, let's back test this. Timed exit. I don't know. We'll call it a 90-minute trade. Just spitballing here. Risk management is simple. Risk management. If I can make 3% while only risking 1%, that's my risk management. Advanced. Let's just do like the last 20 days. And we'll do that's a simulate buy. And then I think that's what we're going to do right here, JP. We're going to find out. That's what the back tester's for, is to flip a scan and see what doesn't make sense if you flip it. So that's the regular version. We could optimize it and say, okay, well this scan works best between stocks, $20. So let's make that the minimum. All right. We're only changing this one, and we'll make the maximum $79. So that's our sweet spot there, according to the data. Time of day. Yeah, it's a rough one. There's no real good time of day, so I'm not going to change that. I'll run that again. Oops. I'm going to run it again from here. Run from the actual scan again. Back test. Everything else is the same. I'm just going to simulate buy. And then we'll move over to the flipped one. Now remember, the only thing I changed here was the price. I think we're doing $20 to $79 stocks now. That probably improved it a little bit, not much. Sure are a lot of trades in there. So let's go over here and we'll flip the back test. Everything else should be up. No, we're going to do 60, we're going to do 90 minutes. Everything else the same. Risk. Oh, I don't think I enabled profit target on that last one. Let me go back and check that. Simulate sell. All right, let's just see what we get on the sell side here. Not as good as the upside one. There you've got positive values for the upper one, barely green, barely positive on the return, but I just want to do one more thing. I want to make sure I ran that risk management correctly. I did. Okay. So that tells us then, JP, that flipping it upside down at first glance with a mash of data, it's not really that lucrative, it appears. So interesting. I put that in there for you, I think, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. All right, did that make sense, I hope? So now the SPY are right back at resistance from the last couple of days. I'm going to grab that price alert and update it just for my own edification. So if it goes off, I know the SPYs are moving higher. The banks are doing very well today. And then this window starts getting real green with a lot of trades piling through. Gosh darn it, I didn't mean to do that. What was that called? That's the S&P 500 high-low. Yep. So when these trades start coming through like that, it's pretty much a guarantee that the S&Ps are probably moving to highs, and they're trying. So that's just kind of a heartbeat filter, a heartbeat scan for me to see what's going on. But banks are doing well. Oil's obviously doing well. I thought gold was doing well, but I guess not. I'll tell you what, this one trade, gold miners, keep an eye on them. GDX, this Newmont, just hugging that 10 SMA. How many days now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Hugging the SMA there in Newmont. Looks pretty similar to the gold miner ETF, GDX. Nice consolidation. I think there's going to be some interesting movement soon. And I'm going to stick by my guns. We had a Twitter Spaces back on January 1st. We all had to weigh in what we thought the best performing sector of the year would be. And I said it's going to be GDX. And so far, so good. So for all the not great trading I did last 6 months, 2022 is starting off a lot better. All right, JP, thank you. Yeah, use the simulator. You all want to be using the simulator. Make your mistakes and do your learnings for free with no pain. What did Michael say then? He was quiet, David. But Sean gives me shout outs for calling that one. Michael's keeps scratching his head. He can't figure out why gold isn't moving higher with inflation. And that's a great, valid question. But I think that there's more going on in there than meets the eye, especially with the paper GLD and SLV. Let me just explain something for you here. So SLV is currently trading, silver. Silver is currently trading at 25 and 18 cents. That's the spot price for the silver contract at COMEX. 25 bucks. Okay, so that's what they're all playing with in the futures market, writing contracts around 25 bucks. Now, to write a contract and go short, you don't necessarily need to back up the gold behind it. And so what's happening under the scenes here in silver and gold is I've purchased some more coins recently, twice in the last 2 weeks actually, and I had to pay $30 for a 1 ounce coin. So the premium is just absolutely off the charts right now, and what that's telling us is there's a huge demand for the physical bullion and physical gold and silver, while the futures market that just uses paper to shuffle back and forth, they're not really quite seeing the same thing. So something's out of whack, and something's going to have to catch up and give. There's a lot of discussion about how JP Morgan has just been one of the culprits for many years, doing what they did in AMC and GME, naked shorting, piling on shorts without properly having the collateral to back it up. And if that unwinds, you watch out, because it could get really crazy. I heard Bank of America, people think that they are net short over 800 million ounces of silver, and anything above 24, and they're at a loss. So there's been a lot of manipulation. Yeah, I'll say the M word. There's a lot of manipulation on the major bank trading desks when it comes to trading gold and silver. So in effect, yeah, I'm saying the price has been kind of tamped down and artificially held down, but that won't last forever when people like me are paying 30 bucks an ounce rather than the paper 25 an ounce. Which leads me to another thing. SLV itself is not the best vehicle for silver, because these are one of the vehicles in which it's being done with, the ETF. Not the SLV contract, the SLV ETF cannot substantiate or back up the amount of silver it says it's representing. But PSLV, it's another silver fund called the Sprott Silver Fund. They're audited, and every single ounce is accountable for. And you can see it's an $8 ETF. It's an $8 stock, excuse me. It's not an ETF, so it's not really showing the pricing of SLV or the COMEX up in the 20s. It's just a fund that you can lean on, and that's what I'm leaning on in my 401k and other accounts. Not SLV, but PSLV, because if the shit does hit the fan and these banks are exposed for the naked shorting and creating contracts out of thin air to keep the price down, and why would they want to do that? Well, it's another measure of inflation, which makes people like Michael and myself scratch my head. Well, inflation must not be that bad because gold and silver aren't running. But quietly in the precious metal bullion physical market, they're running. Do I have any scans that look for double bottoms intraday? I don't, Bill, but I'm going to be able to show you something. The key word that you said was intraday, and we have good news. You can build a scan, and I'll show you how to do that. So we want to just start off with a new alert window. Let's just start from scratch. Okay, nothing. First thing we need to do is we're going to go to search. We're going to change the categories of all filters to just geometric patterns. Okay, these geometric patterns are basically looking at 15-minute charts, like I do. So a double bottom could technically bounce once yesterday and then again today and have like a 2-day double bottom, but it's doing so with 15 minute. Okay, there's only one time frame to use. It's not daily, it's not 5 minutes, it's 15 minutes. And as you can see, once we select one of these, we have to do hours of trading, and that will tell us how back far we want to go and have the system look for pattern recognition. So, bum, 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 double bottom. Let's add that alert. Check it. Hours of trading. Well, I'd like to sample 2 days of trading. So let's call it, 12 hours. 13 hours. 13 hours is 2 days of trading. So that is now our event. So from there, it's just the same old, minimum price, maximum price, volume. For me, I would probably do average daily volume for sure to make sure you're getting decent scans. So 300,000, maybe 400,000 average daily volume. Okay, it's going to keep the junk out of there, and whatever else you want. So let's see. I'm going to keep all those filters in there. And I'm going to hide them. Let's just go like that. Now you could add whatever you want on top of this. What else could we maybe want to add? If you want it to be changed from open or changed from close, red, there's so many things you could add from here. If you want me to add something, who asked that question? Bill, if you want me to add something on top of just a double bottom for stocks between 5 and 10 that average 400,000 shares a day, what else would you want me to add to this? I also took GDX working out nicely. Yes, thank you. Good. That's right. I forgot GDX was also a trade of the week, and it didn't make it easy on us. It did not make it easy on us. There's nothing in there so far. Interesting. Just holding some level of support. Okay, so let's try. We could do pivot level. Distance from pivot. All right, that's generally a good support. Or let's do this. No, let's not use pivot. Let's use support. Distance from S1. Distance from S1 is going to be positive. It can't be below S1. So 0.01 ensures that the price is currently above the S1 support line. So that's one way we can try to identify support. Trying to figure out why I'm not getting any results though. There we go. NVTS. Let's look at it through the double bottom history today. It's the only one we've gotten actually, for whatever reason. It's kind of surprising. But this is really the only starting point we really have to work from. Let's go and look at yesterday. Okay, we had a lot more yesterday. Very good. Okay. Jeez, some of these are really tight ranges. I don't like these tight ranges. We're going to have to get that. That's what Chris was doing with that 0.5 minimum range. So 5-day range. 5-day range in percent. We want this thing to at least have some movement to it, maybe at least 2%, 1%. I don't know. So many different directions you can go with these things, but it looks like it only gave us one today, but it's probably the best starting point I have for you. Let's go ahead and give it a title too. We'll call it double bottom at S1. Double bottom at S1, support 1. Yeah, so yeah, what would be interesting to me is let's see. Oh, there's one thing we could do. Let's try this instead. Let's try this instead. Let's get rid of S1. And remember that 5-day moving average I was showing you? The 130? Well, we have a filter for that. Change from the 130. So that blue line that I have on my charts right there, okay, it's consolidating below that blue line and looking weak. I'm going to configure this to say we want to double bottom above that blue line, that 5-day moving average. So add that filter, and it has to just be a positive number above that ensures me that the price is at least in fact above by, yep. Okay. So let's see if that does anything. It still gave us the same one. Let's look at all. I did history all, and so now it should go through and start looking at all the ones that have come through. See, these are the ones I want to try to avoid, these tight range ones. Okay, I know how to do that. I know how to get rid of that. 5-day range. Also in dollars. So we've got a 5-day range saying we got to be at least up. Oh no, we took that one out, didn't we? Yeah, because I'm trying to solve the same thing here. I did 5-day range percent, but I'm going to do 5-day range dollar, because look at this 1 cent, 1 cent, 2 cent. Well, we don't want that. That's junk. So we want to get ranges that are more than 5-day range. We want more than 50 cents, I think. We'll call it 25 cents. 0.25, Steve. Okay, now by doing that, did that get rid of some of that junk? It did. We've got more tradable type ideas here. Now again, as I go back, look at how the arrow is showing me, this blue arrow. So you can run this history, Bill, on yourself when I give it to you. You can go back and you can maybe kind of see. So they called that a double bottom, but it didn't hold. Let me just try one more thing. Maybe there's. So I'm just surprised that I can't get more. Let's try 16 hours of trading. Let's see what that does. Nothing. Okay. So it doesn't like bigger numbers. It likes smaller numbers. So we'll just go to 10 hours trading. All right. So there it is. That's the current iteration. I'm going to go ahead and give this to you. And it's something that you can definitely build on top of, Bill. Double bottom above. Well, I called it above S1, but above support. We'll just call it that. There you go. And here's, Bill, if you see something like you really like, you come across a chart that's like, oh, excuse me, this is really what I would love to see. You can email us this scan that you have along with the chart that you saw, and you say, this is the kind of thing I'd really like to see on a 15-minute chart, a nice double bottom that's clean, that looks like this. And maybe we can reverse engineer and work backwards and add a couple more ideas for you as you go along. But again, if you find a chart that just looks exact perfect of what you want, kind of like what Arch was for me, for the trade of the week. I didn't even think twice about it. Consolidation on the daily, holding the 10 SMA, and it was a 5-star setup for me. So, if I was trying to look for scans that did this all day long, I'd try to be, looking for things that I can back and reverse into and back my way into. Something that maybe gapped up and consolidated a couple of days and sideways. This is where Michael comes in handy with the Market Explorer. We've got the new Market Explorer, the E window there. And he actually has some hard-coded scans for, let's see, the one that he built for me. Gap up and pull back to the 10. Okay, let's see what we got. I need to look at these more. Okay, we've got a couple today. Okay, that's good. That's junk. We can't filter that out. It's not exactly what I'm looking for, but That's junk, same thing. Okay, so this was yesterday. Today is the red candle, but yesterday this was very interesting. It gapped up and kind of held that moving average, but it didn't pan out. Another junk stock. So as I go through all these names, it's very hard to find that one 5-star setup, that Arch gave me just from my own eyeballs and honestly from monitoring the A table week after week and discussing it and sharing it with you guys. I'm not going to lose track of ARCH as long as it's on my screen here. Let's see what else is on here. Okay, this isn't bad. Let's look at the metrics. STAR, not a lot of volume, doesn't do a lot of volume. The chart looks like it's a complete mess, but it's got above its moving averages. That's all it's got going for it right now. So I could say, well, maybe if I come in here and I put an alert and it wants to move higher, I want to know about it. And then I can realize that, yeah, this is a possible low float. 66, not that low. 27%. Court. Okay. Kind of bummed that I missed track of this one, but guess what? I mean, I don't know if JP is still here, but here we go. There's Arch Resources, the Trade of the Week content that I created on Sunday. And many times I have a favorite, but I have a lot of other ones that I like too. So notice at the bottom, other names to watch. Vet, Court, BTU, and PTEN. So, I think JP's gone, but he's been doing well on the actual titles. But I want you guys to not forget on the email, I have these down here as well. Well, Court, BTU, P10, well, Court. Where did I find Court? There it is right there. 104 million in the float, and 25% of them are short. And what do I love more than a setup that looks like that? There's our earnings. There's our catalyst. Blasted higher. Didn't give much back in the way of price. Sideways consolidation is the best type of consolidation because it just waits for the 10-day moving average to pick it up. And then look what happens. Boom. Should have been long this thing. And boom. Beautiful. Textbook. So I'm just finding these, Bill and everybody else, on my scans, but I have the luxury of 20,000, 30,000 hours of watching charts, so I kind of know what I like. I don't have one single scan that pops up and says, buy this now because it's the perfect scan and it always works. I don't have that. They're just ideas, and they're 8,000, 9,000 symbols in the market. I want to keep track of the ones that are interesting to me, that are short squeezes. This is a 5-star setup because of the short squeeze potential, and it actually materialized this time. Hallelujah. So BTU is probably running out of steam here. I've already decided that since I've sold half, I'm just going to let it ride, and I'm going to reload on the daily chart. Maybe in a day or two, if it comes back up, I might buy it back down here. But in doing so, I'm also ensuring that this thing doesn't get away from me. So I sold half, and selling half, you satisfy both the demons that every trader faces, the demons of fear and greed. The problem is we fear the wrong things. We fear that if we don't sell now, we're going to lose the profit that we're looking at. I got to book that profit so I can feel good and close the trade and feel good. And then the next day, it's up 3 points. And you're like, well, there's really no reason for me to get out of that trade except there was a little devil on my shoulder tapping me saying, you better get out, you better get out. But there's no technical reason to get out. So that's why I like to try and keep half on. Sometimes I won't get out of a full position thinking, oh yeah, I'll just buy it back when it pulls back. Because what if it doesn't? So Bill, that's kind of the answer. It's 30,000 hours of knowing what I like, but using a scan to focus and narrow down on things that I do like. Arch just had everything going for it all at once. It had the earnings, the gap up, the pullback, the consolidation at the 10, sideways consolidation, had the short float data, 36% of 14 million shares. This was just a 5-star setup, and that's why I've got it colored green, because it's got a high short float and it pops up to the top of my scan. These ones down here I'm not really quite as interested in, even though that one's working. But you now have this scan. You should. If you don't, let me know before I go, because Barry's coming in here in 2 minutes. So if somebody was long this play, I'd be waiting to see what happens right here at the 10 SMA. Is it going to break it? Then you get out. Is it going to move higher? Then you're still in. But you got to wait for the candle to close before you make that decision, because as indicated by BTU, there were many head fakes back here along the way, and we're still kind of head faking. All right, guys, any last requests or questions before I bring Barry in? It's really the top of the hour. I'm probably just going to go ahead and bring him in. Oh, there's CF back to highs. Somebody was asking about that. So good. There's another beautiful example, guys, of trade management. Somebody said they had 20% still in. Well, that 20% has given you no reason to get out. It's been following that 10 SMA up perfectly. So this is why I like to use that for trade management. Okay, and then of course on that other one we talked about, just be aware you're way ahead of the 5-day moving average as well. At any point in time, it can quickly come back and revisit that. So that's your early warnings indicator right there. And I just don't know how much better we can give an example. I mean, look at that. It just rides it perfectly. And so over my 30,000 years and trying dozens of different indicators, I've just settled on these two in my 15-minute chart. Use my trade ideas scan to keep things of interest in my wheelhouse. And it's just trial and error. So info at trade-ideas. Bill, anybody else, if you have any questions that need further responses, there's your go-to email. A support ticket will be created. And I'm going to go ahead and call Barry back in. Oh, you joined too late, Perfect Circle. I'm leaving. Did I take any defense stocks? No, I don't have any defense stocks. I'm in all energy right now. Arch, the trade of the week. BTU, loving that one. But I'm in no defense stocks. Thank you, Treacle Town. Thank you, Eagle. Show up a little earlier next time, Perfect Circle, and I can talk to you more. All right, Barry's back in. I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye. I'm all talked out. Bye-bye, guys.
Just kind of watching that GDRX. What is the market doing? So the market is completely flattened out now. So let's see. Let's hope this can hold. If you want to, if you've got some longs, let's hope this can hold. And maybe, who knows? Maybe put a nice base and start to move a little higher. But let's hope this doesn't all of a sudden we get a big red candle. So looking at some of these basic new highs and don't repeat, so I can see that TRVI, yeah, 114, nice alert. 114, and it got up to 159. Man, I wish I'd seen that one at 1227. Now, I wonder if I got something going on here. Okay, no. Just give me a moment here. Okay, now I know. I'm trying to figure out why aren't these showing up here. I've got it's from the open, 5% from the open. So some of these are not changed 5% from the open. That's why they're not showing up. And of course, they're not down for the day. So anyway, just trying to figure out why are only the ones that are up showing up here. Well, I guess that answers the question. JW Nordstrom's JWN has taken out the high of the pre-market. Sorry, it has taken out the high of after hours yesterday, post-market yesterday. So it has taken that out. And now, when you look left on that monthly chart, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 36.43, but and on the weekly chart, the same thing. I mean, look at the room at Nordstrom, Scott. I mean, what the heck did they do? Record percent on pace for a rec. Okay, yeah, but why? Just trying to see. So the earnings and revenues beat the estimates. Yeah, and of course they've got a big digital presence too, a digital presence also. So, and as you know, it's one of my wife's favorite stores. So I'm never allowed to short Nordstrom. So good on you, Nordstrom's. Whoa. We're out of that little consolidation now, guys. So the SPY is putting another little move up here. Let's see, Nordstrom's and Best Buy. I'm trying to think. I don't think there's any other one. Don't think so. Little move here for Big C, guys. You might want to keep an eye on this one. Big C is making a little move here out of this area, and you know, as the market continues to surge, this could make this one move a little bit. Big C, what's the spread like? 15-20, not great, but not terrible. And what is the volume like? Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. It's only 1.1 times normal, 805,000 shares, but this could, I mean, it hit in the pre-market. I mean, it was 23.44, so this could have a run. If the market keeps moving like this, this could sort of drag Big C up with it. So I would be keeping an eye on this one, Big C. Well, it used to be Canada Goose also. You can't, no shorting Canada Goose. I forgot about that one. But you know what? I'm tired of the brand, so you can short away. All right. Well, I'm seeing that DWAC, which again, you're right. No shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but this is after flirting with 100. Now this is a green bar ignored right here on the 15-minute chart. So this is taking a downward turn here for DWAC, and that is a green bar ignored. So it is barely positive, basically. It's basically flat right now. You know that, excuse me, that LNTH has been a little bit frothy today, but volatile today, but it's back over 50. What did it get down to 48? I mean, it's still strong. LNTH over 50 again. Had a tremendous run since, well, I guess earnings and maybe some news too. I can't remember if there was news because this is a bio. I was going to say I'm not getting any new alerts. Well, one reason sound toggle is off. So meanwhile, we got one very happy person in our trading room. Starts with J and ends in P with this swing of para. Very nice. All right, quadruple U, uranium play. What's URA doing? That's the uranium ETF. Yeah, putting a little bit of a move here. How about CCJ, the big one? Yeah, a little bit of a move. Looks like URA and then quadruple U. So uranium, some uranium plays are starting to pop here. Look at the SPY. What a nice move out of here by the SPY so far. All right, Tapestry, the old coach, through the 200-day moving average, TPR. It's making another little move also. Okay, Michael, thank you. There's another Michael I was talking to in our YouTube room. EXPR, well, okay, that's a meme stock from bygone year. I don't see, yeah, nice move, I guess. Oh, look at this move on the SPY. That's pretty encouraging. I don't see too many of the meme stocks, right? Well, I do see GME, a little pop for GME. I do have that thumbnailed. So maybe the memers have got a hold of these again. I don't know. I'm sick and tired of them. How's AMC? Did it have a pop? Yep. So it looks like the memers are getting a hold of the. Somebody mentioned KOS a lot earlier. KOS was also a meme stock. No, I'm wrong. KOS is not the meme stock. What was the one that? No, not no. It was it starts with a K. Could have sworn it was KOS, but it's not. No, not Kodak either. It actually probably had the biggest percentage move of any one of them. I thought it was COS. God, I could have sworn it was COS. Anyway, it was COS. I just had to add an S. Thank you, Eagle guy. Yeah, just had to add an S. So let's see. Is this one moving too? Nope. Ah, those were the days, my friend. Look at this. Look at this. And that actually doesn't do it justice because One of those days in that month, I think it hit about 160 pre-market, which is you're not seeing that, and that came from like $2 a dollar. So, but as much as I want to belittle GME, I have to. I mean, it is to me, it's amazing that it's still even up in this area for no reason. And that did not. I mean, remember what cost did? It came and then it came right back. But GME is still at least it's still over $100. Man, Vroom is making another new low, guys. This is an earnings play from I guess yesterday. No, 2 days ago. No, yesterday. I keep I keep forgetting. We only have the 28th, so post market. So that meant March the 1st, which was yesterday. That was the earnings reaction right here. All time low for Vroom VRM. Who's going to buy this? You guys talking about UPST? Boy, what a nice move for a 5-day move. Yeah, so SMG, I share all my scans are here, including that one. Here meaning here. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. No, maybe here. Here we go. So if you click on my homepage link, so you will see there is a section called scans, my scans, and you click here and you click here and here they are. So that is what this looks like, these four. Well, uranium is kicking off here, guys. There's the ETF for uranium. 2440 looks like the high yesterday. But quadruple U now just took out 9. So Barry, you can do something like this. In fact, I thought I created a top list like this. And basically, in fact, let me see if I still have it. I may have deleted it. But if you can imagine, I know what you're looking for. You're looking for a change in the option volume, either on a percentage basis or so. If you created a top list, okay, a top list, and with some columns in it, like option volume and also option volume percent, and then ran a race on that, and meaning option, and I would maybe try option volume percent, and which are the ones that are having increase in option volume percent, if that makes sense. Because you'll see the ones that are having an increase in option volume percent. You just run the race on that filter. If that makes sense. So you create a top list, put obviously some other filters in place, maybe a price range, maybe a minimum volume, things like that, maybe a minimum number of option contracts, things like that. And then you can run the race on the option volume percent and how it's increasing. Well, but you just won't be dynamic. You won't know by looking at it, whether it's, because remember now, it updates every 30 seconds. So you're not going to know looking at it whether that the volume, you can see, you can sort it on the ones that have the most option volume percent, but there could be something halfway down the list that is actually increasing in volume. You won't see it. Because remember, it's not the, does that make sense? Remember the top list. If you sort on the option volume, well, if you sort on the option volume percent, then you're going to see the ones that have the highest option volume percent. So remember, so say you have 300, 400, whatever. So that's 3 or 4 times normal option contracts. Yes. So yes, that can change, but you're going to have to wait 30 seconds to get a change. Whereas if you run a race, something that is, only at 150%, but is ramping up now to 150 to 160, 170, you'll never see that. Does that make sense? You won't see that. It will not jump to the top of the list because you're sorting on an absolute number, or you're sorting on a percent. You're sorting on show me the ones that are up the most. It's kind of like saying a top list, and you want to have a top list, and you're saying, okay, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Well, that's great, but those stocks that are up the most today may not be moving that much, but it's going to show you the stocks that are up the most. There could be a stock, buried somewhere halfway down in your list that is actually starting to move. You won't see it, unless it had an extraordinary move, but by that time it's too late. That makes sense? So the races, this is what I'm saying. So the races will show you something. Remember, it's starting from a baseline. They're all the same. They're all starting out the same. So it'll show you this. It'll show you the one that is moving the most from that baseline compared to the rest of them. So, like I say, because most of the things that I see are, for me to see an alert, it has to be making a new high or a new low for the day. If I have my top list, where I don't even know where my top list is, well, you create a top list, okay? And then I'm sure that what you're going to want to do is maybe you're going to have a price range. So create a top list just the same way well, let me ask you this. Have you ever created a top list? Okay. So, you create a top list and you probably have a price range you want, maybe a minimum volume that you want. So you create the top list like that, and then you are ranking that top list based on how whatever column header that you want to sort on, right? So all you do, so create your top list. Again, maybe put a minimum number of contracts in, 2,000, 3,000, whatever that number is. Maybe you want to put a minimum percent in, option value, like, I don't know, 150. So it's trading at least one and a half times normal. And then, assuming you had that, I have a 10-day range. So assuming you had all this and it almost doesn't matter what column you're using to rank. Then you just say right-click, launch the race, okay? And then you expand this so you can have more columns. And you see it says race lane, so now I've expanded it, and so now I can, just click. I probably put, I don't know how many. And then it'd be based on, and assuming you had say option volume percent, you'd be basing it on that, And then the sort on, you put delta. Let me see if I can even create one. Let's just do one. So, new top list window. Okay. So I'm going to start from scratch. You know, I had one but I may have deleted it. Just give me a moment here. I think I created one a while ago, just when they were first introducing racing. Let me just see if or did I get rid of it? Top lists. No, I don't have it anymore. Okay, so I'll do it from scratch. Oops. Okay, so new top list window. Okay, so now I'm going to get rid of everything. Okay, sorry. So I'm going to start from scratch to create a brand new one. Load the settings. Now, so I have nothing over here. So obviously I want to have a symbol, maybe a price, maybe a minimum volume or a volume. I mean, obviously I can add as many as I want as headers, but what I do want is options. Okay, so maybe my option volume today, I want to put, I don't know, 2K, 2,000 contracts minimum. We're just going to make this up on the run, okay? And then I want to put 150%. I'm just making, okay, whoops, 150. So in other words, has to be a minimum of 2,000 contracts, and that would have to, even on the minimum, that would have to represent 1.5 times normal, number one, okay? See how I'm building it? Now, let's put a price range in. I'll go 1 to 50. I mean, I'll just, and of course, when I give this to you, you of course can change it any way you want. Let's go 300,000 shares. And let's keep looking at what we've got. Okay. And then let's look at the columns. So here's the key. Because we now can run the race on this or this, if you just want to say increasing number of contracts, but we can run the race on this. And I will call this option race. And I have no idea what it's going to show up. I'm just, but you can tinker with all these values that I've got. But now we've got this thing called option race. So right now, these are the only ones that are meeting those criteria, okay, in that price range. And now we're going to run a race. Right click, launch the real-time stock race. So this is the bit of the pain. I'm sure they're going to have to change this at some point. Yeah, because in order to get more than 10 cars, symbols, you have to elongate this. So I'm just going to see as far as, okay, so 25. Now, the race is going to be based on option volume percent. And then the server sort, this is the little trick, the delta value, I want the biggest change on top. And then auto rerun, replace cars. I'll run it for 2 minutes, okay? I mean, again, this is all customizable. And again, I don't know what we're going to see. But here we go. And we'll just sort of see. It takes 30 seconds. This is another thing they're going to be working on. We want to get these races running every 5 minutes, every 5 seconds. Now, it doesn't. If you're going to run a race for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, it doesn't matter if it takes 30 seconds to start the race. But if you want to run a race like I do every 2 minutes, you don't want to wait 30 seconds. All right, so let's just see what happens. I have no idea. I have zero idea. So CTIC. So there's the option volume today, percent. I'm sorry, right there, 3. So this is increasing. In theory, this is increasing option volume. It's not reflecting right here, but this is what this is. If you saw a big percentage somewhere, you'd be going, whoa, I guess the option volume, not just the volume, but the percent is increasing. Look at this one, ACPA, as an example. ACPA. Now, is that translating to an increase in share price? I mean, obviously, we know that that's not necessarily the case. TMHC. So this is just showing you that this is increasing option volume percent. Now, you could here's ZIP, 60%. So something's happening. I mean, there's, for whatever reason, doesn't mean the option volume has increased 60%. From its base, it is, oh, okay, ZIP. As in ZIP. Yeah. So now, again, I only ran that for 2 minutes. You might want to run it for 5 minutes. Now, you could also do the race on actual volume increase of contracts, the number of contracts increase, as opposed to the percentage increase. You know, I can't tell you which one is the one to use. You can't. Well, you can have 2 different races. You can, yeah. You can run 2 races. So I mean, and here's the symbol list, of course, and of course this will change. I mean, you will, as some stocks. Remember, I have here, 2,000 contracts. So there could be something at 1,990 contracts, and then remember this takes 30 seconds to refresh. It could get added to the list because now it's at 2,000 contracts as an example. Or something could be at 145% of normal, and then it's starting to increase, and now it's at 150. So, I mean, this is just to make sure that you're seeing things that could be interesting. I mean, if I didn't put anything in here, and something was increasing option volume, but it's going from 5 to 8 contracts. Who cares, right? So that's why I'm putting some kind of a minimum. It's actually kind of cool. Well, first of all, where is my ham sandwich and a beer? Yeah, I can share it, Debbie, and anybody else who wants it. So this is and remember, this may not, I don't know, not just talking to you, Debbie, but anybody else. These are the filters I'm using. If you want it between, 1 and 500 or 10 and 1,000, whatever, you want a different price range, go ahead. You want a different volume, minimum volume, go ahead. But this is, this will get you rolling. And I'm also going to get rid of this. Okay, it doesn't matter. I was going to say because this could work in the pre-market, but of course, no contracts in the pre-market, so it doesn't matter. All right, so this is the first one. Then is the so the first link is the top list. And then the second list is the race, or the second one is the race itself. All right. So the first link is the top list, and the second link is the race. I may have to replace. I mean, this is a lot more. This seems a lot more exciting than anything else with these percentages. Now, does this translate into something that is going to be interesting? I don't know. I don't know. And of course, you can change the. I'm running on a 2 minute race. You want to make a change and make it a 5 minute race. You just have to take the top list. You just take the top list, right click, launch the race, and then again, don't forget you're going to start. If you want to change any of these parameters, you're going to have to elongate this window, and then you can change the race lanes, the number of symbols. Then, of course, if you want it more than 1 minute, well, whatever you want. You want it 5 minutes. Okay, and auto rerun will just make it'll run the race. Once the race is over, it'll start a new one. Replacing cars, I think that means a car will jump to the top. And the other nice thing is that I think I showed you guys that this is the coming feature. Okay, so one of the things I asked for, I said it was great, but I want to see the stocks that have won the most races at the top. So I don't have to search for them like I have to do, here. I mean, right here, MULN has won 34 races. That should be right at the top. And there could be something else that's won a lot of races. Anyway, what's going to happen is that you'll see. So the stock that won the most races, it'll be called number one. And the number two down, and it'll tell you how many races it won. Okay? Not loading the, okay, let me see. It's the first time I've actually shared. It's the first time I've actually shared option race, okay? A race. Let's see how that loads. Yeah, you've got to start it. Okay, last step. Start the race. Okay, down here, you've got to start the race. Okay? Make sense? Because it loaded it. I just showed you that it did load it, but now you've got to start the race. It won't look like this until you actually start it. And then that's why I'm saying use the auto race so that once the race is over, it'll just start the next one. Now what I have to figure out is what is this actually telling me right here, this 50%. So right down here, you start the race, there'll be a little right arrow or something. Yeah, right here. Okay, so you got this. You should have this. And then right here, this little right arrow. You just click on that and done. Then you'll start the race. Okay? The other thing, you can do with races is, showing the increase in relative volume. things like that. You could run, not here, but you could, well, you could, if you had a column with relative volume, you could run a race on relative volume. So the increase in relative volume. So, for instance, here's the relative volume of 3.98. It'd be great to know if this is increasing. Which can mean that, something is happening, as an example. Okay, Barry, did you were able to start the race? Yes, no? You see, KPTI is interesting. I mean, the last time it showed, what, 50%? And it's starting to move a little bit. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because, some. Now, you, of course, so you may not want to run a race on the option volume today percent. Maybe what you want to do is, say, show an increase in just the absolute number of, say, puts, okay, or calls, contracts, right? You may want to do that. So in that case, you'd have to add as a column put volume today, okay, show the column, and then do call volume today, show the column, okay. Now, again, you may want to put at least a minimum number in here. And here, I mean, it's up to you. And then, so you could run one race with increasing put volume and another race with increasing call volume, just on the volume itself. Okay, because now, again, every time you launch a race, if I right-click launch race, based on, and now you see I added these columns, so you can base it on the different columns. And then it's the same principle. And now you're going to run the race on maybe just the increasing number of contracts, puts or calls. Look at KPTI. I mean, I don't know what's happening here, but there's something happening with KPTI regarding options. Okay, well, let me try one more time. So right here, there is the link. So what happens when you click on that link? Okay, you obviously got the top list. That was the top. The top link is the top list window, and then this bottom link was the race itself. So watch what happens when I do it. I right click, it loads, and it actually says the name. It's called option race, so I know it is. And then highlight it, copy, control copy, and then file, load from cloud. And there it is. There's the same string, right? It ends in 0234, 0234, load. And here it is. Just popped on my other monitor. So I'm not sure I know what you're doing. If you can't load this window, I don't know why. Because it's just, you obviously were able to load The top list window, so you know how to load something from the cloud, like load, get it into a tab, copy it, and then load from the cloud. It's just the same with this. Now, what version of Trade Ideas do you have? Maybe that's it. Maybe you can't even see races. You have to have our latest beta. Ah, should have asked that first. Okay, you have to go to our website and okay, and you have to download whatever, I think it's 0.68. There's always a reason. Here we go. So if you go, click on my homepage tab and then go to the download, and you can actually right here download TI Pro AI Beta, and this is the version. It's 0.5. It's 0.55.69. That's why you're not seeing racing. And as always, thank you, Pepe. So I mean, you can sort of see, you can let your imagination kind of run wild a bit. Again, our top lists, I mean, they're not really visible. They're not really. I forgot my train of thought. I forgot the word I wanted to use. But the top lists basically just show you, you know, the top ones as you sort on the column. But again, there could be something, you know, that you're not really seeing. That could be in the middle of the pack that is starting to increase. Maybe a percentage gainer. You know, again, when you have, if you want to see the biggest percentage gainers, sure, you can see them. You could have a list like this. I guess is what I'm trying to say. So if so right here, I haven't even, what have I sorted this on? Okay, so I've sorted on the option volume today percent. So this is like 19 times normal. Okay, pet Q as an example right now. But what if something was down here? You know, I'm not really seeing it. You know, maybe I've shrunk my top list like this. I'm not really, my eye is not caring that much about what's happening down here, but something could be increasing here. I'm not seeing it up here, right? Now, unless it had some amazing increase and that it got into this top area, but it could just be, you know, coming from here, going from 433 to 500. I wouldn't necessarily, my eye is not going to see that unless you run a race. I mean, that is truly the reason, you know, why we're spending a lot of time on these races and getting them more refined. I mean, this is still somewhat in its infancy. And you know what? I'll guarantee that if you guys go to the Q&A with Brad and Dan at 3 o'clock today, sorry, 2 o'clock, I'll get it right. It's 2 o'clock Eastern, Pacific, 5 o'clock Eastern time. They'll be talking about racing. Meanwhile, yeah, that ribbon, I know I mentioned this in the pre-market, and I don't know, Zach, if you took this one, but I was mentioning it right about here, I think, on the way down. Boy, that's about a $6 drop. Well, I had to give you a bit of a present on your first day back in the room after a little absence, Zach. So, and oh man, KPTI, that was another. I know that showed up in your bounce scan, and maybe it bounced a bit, but wow. Yeah, that's probably one of the best trade of the weeks that that we've had, that Steve came up with. $21 run from the target, from the trigger, 118, and still running. I mean, it's still running. It's all about the sector. Of course, it's in the fantastic sector. Ah, sorry, almost a disaster. Yeah, I mean, and I don't know exactly how Zach and William do it, but I mean, there is a trading style. I don't do it, but there is a trading style in which if you said, you know what, I'm going to take 500 shares of this, but I'm going to do it in, say, let's make the math easy, 600 shares or something. That is what I want to do, but I'm going to do it in 1/3 increments. So my first would be 200, and if it went up, say I'm going long, maybe I add another two, and maybe at the very end I add another two, something like that. If it went down a bit, and again, this is nothing that I do, okay, but there would be a price it went down to that, if it went down there, you would add, and then one more, and then you'd have some kind of a stop, okay. Again, this is not for new traders, but I have heard people that do that, but even they have a stop. I mean, they got to have a stop at some point. You just can't keep. Unless you have an unlimited bank account, you cannot just keep, adding and adding and adding. But I have heard, the third. But again, this is nothing. I don't talk about it at all because it's nothing. Well, I don't do it, but it's nothing that I think anybody who's new to trading should even contemplate. All right, this just showed up. This is this one that's this merger or buying another healthcare company. In fact, it just looks almost the same name. HTA. And I'm looking at some of the headline news. Lawyers are all over them. KPTI, guys, that's the sort of trade you want. Once it had this little jog up, and then after that, almost straight down. KPTI. Well, the interesting thing will be tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to assume these gains are going to hold somewhat. We're not going to get a big sell-off. The interesting day will be tomorrow. Can we have 2 days in a row? Meanwhile, here's a home builder. How's Lennar doing? Len. Yeah, it looks like the home KBH. Yeah, so the home builders, well, exactly, Shady. I mean, they are at they're just not made up. Yeah. So I mean, if again, let's make the math super simple. If I said, well, I'm going to get, I want to have a position of 600 shares. So and it stocks at $10. So I buy 200 at 10. I know though if it goes down to 990, I'm going to buy 200 more, and I know if it goes down to 980, I'm going to buy 200 more, and that's it. That is truly it. And now but you do have a definable stop. You know, maybe it's 950 underneath, whatever that stop is. You have, I mean, trading without a stop to me is ridiculous, but yeah, you could have defined areas where you could add so I know it goes against the grain, you know, never add to a losing position, but there is a way if you're sizing it like that, but you still have a stop. Anyway, you know, I really don't want to talk about it too much because if you're new to if a person is new to trading, they might think, oh, that sounds good, I'll do that. That takes a lot of experience to know where those areas are that you can add, and then really making sure you don't keep going crazy and keep adding and adding and adding. Well, here's another one that's just not a lot of volume. ADAG, big pop in the pre-market, ugly looking now, but it's almost an all-time low. Well, let's see if Vroom has any more to go down here. I mean, it's underneath 3. VRM, all-time low. All right, guys. What time is it right now? 1:57. I'm just going to put myself on mute for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Keeping one eye on this VRM, see if it keeps underneath 3. See if it just gets rejected at 3 and moves back down. Market is still basing well, I see the 5-minute cross at 27.19. So yeah, Vicky. So JWN maybe finally giving it up somewhat. Looks like a 15-minute cross is imminent also. But again, this is using pre-market data. Brent Oil Fund, BNO, on the move here. BNO on the move. All right, Vroom, are you going to go down here? A little, let's see, getting into the 280s. All right, so CTIC, which has been really, really ugly looking choppy, but it is now moving and it's above the high of yesterday, 317. I think it just showed up on the option scanner at 320. My poor option scanner, I'm not paying any attention to it, but you know what? These things have cycles. This is one I'm going to be watching tomorrow. This AKA had earnings today, got killed, 23% down. just didn't break down underneath that 5. So I have an alert set here, just underneath 5, and see if it takes it out tomorrow. Because again, it's an all-time low. Who's gonna step in and buy this thing now? Why? Not in this anymore, but Arlo is starting to make a little move again. But it's been kind of, look at this on the 5. Now again, if I probably, yeah, I could shrink it, but this is ugly on the 5-minute chart now. I got fairly lucky on this one. Pretty good entry and a good exit, because this got very, very choppy. All right, guys. Well, I'm kind of losing interest. I mean, I know this BNO is moving. Is this something I don't often trade? This is the Brent Oil Fund, BNO. Excuse me. And obviously, fantastic. It looks like 3 months from 19 to 31, with oil prices obviously increasing. Huh, didn't even know TMHC was actually an AI alert also. TMHC was an AI alert. Not bad, 31.71. There was the alert, and now 32.98. So about a dollar, what, 26 move, 27 move, $1.27 move. Well, Zach, you may get your wish. Playboy is on the way here, PLBY. And I think I mentioned earlier the high is 1738. Looks like that's the next high looking left. Actually, 1710 is. Or actually, 1698 is. So a lot of action between here and 1738 for Playboy. And this is an earnings play today. I'm surprised hasn't done a little more volatility with only 20 million in the float. Okay, guys, I'm somewhat losing interest right now, so I think what I'm going to do is just put myself on mute for a bit. I have some emails to answer, so I'll just put myself on mute. Of course, if you have any questions, I am here. And today is my long day. I guess there is the Q&A, so I do help out on that Q&A. So today is certainly my long day. Okay, well, that KPTI absolutely picking up steam. This is almost an all-time low. This I'm going to watch this one tomorrow too. See if it takes out these. This must be the all-time low down on the 5 level. Down 41%. Wow. Ha! Will it? Oh man, yeah. I mean, at this point, I mean, it's only in a lifetime range. It's only 3% above the low. I guess this is it here, isn't it? No. Where's that lifetime low? Oh, of course, this was a SPAC before, so I can't remember what it was before. Was it CCXI? I can't remember. Well, it wasn't. It definitely wasn't CCXI. Maybe CCIX. I can't remember. Yeah, I just can't remember anymore. I don't think the news will go back that far. Yeah, it doesn't go back that far, unfortunately. So, yeah, I don't know. Can't remember what it was. Whew, guys, I am just fading here. There's not nothing is attracting my attention in a big way. Nothing new coming in. I wish I were still in the KPTI. That's all I really wish. All those little IPOs, Cam, just not coming out. I guess they're waiting for better conditions. Still waiting on all these ones. Make sure they didn't come out. I missed them somehow. I've got some duplicates here. Yeah, none of them have come out yet. Well, maybe I'll go through the exercise and let's just sort of see what sort of IPOs are on slate for this week and next week. I don't remember this one at all. This came out a couple of weeks ago. I don't remember this one at all, MHUA. But anyway, let's take a look at the IPO calendar and see what we see here. There's hardly anything. Nothing, only SPACs. So until these guys figure that, okay, maybe now's the time, they're obviously just delaying these. MCG. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Membership collective group. It is shortable also. Shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 100,000 shares available approximately. Interesting. Okay, well, let's see. Yeah, looks like it's coming into 936. So 927, 936. The next high is looking left. Could stall. Let's see if the volume completely dries up. All right, guys. I should go over some of the important differences, I think, from the Pro and the downloads, okay? So in this beta, not only is the racing, I mean, you get the racing, but for me, way more importantly, first of all, the charts are back to normal in terms of how quickly they load, okay? So that to me was the biggest thing. I mean, now when I click on alert, the charts load. The other really, really important thing for me was the ability. I mean, when we got into one of those builds a few months ago, we lost the ability to easily do things like that with the columns. Okay, either shrink them or get them bigger. We lost that ability, and which was a real pain. So with the latest version, and probably the last two, that's gone by the wayside. You can easily do it again. I mean, it sounds crazy. I mean, I don't know what was in the build that didn't allow that. But anyway, now you can control the size, the width of your columns, just like before. The only trick is this: is just go to Tools, Options, Layouts, and make sure you uncheck that auto size columns. Okay, and if you do that and then save, then you'll have complete control over your windows again, like we used to have. That was a real pain, I found. So that's another reason why to get on the latest beta. Meanwhile, CTIC. I mean, modest. One of the reasons why the unusually strong options, even on the downside, is just, especially on the upside though, just not getting any sort of follow through right now on a lot of things. I mean, I'm not saying there's nothing, but just not getting a lot of follow through. Or we're getting follow through like this, like the Arlo, just ugly on that 5-minute chart. And of course, one of the reasons, well, today anyway, the market, I mean, after that nice little move, the market has just been flattened out over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost 2 hours, just kind of flattened out. So I'm not seeing the stuff that I follow, I'm not seeing a lot of movement. Which is okay. I mean, I don't have to be in a trade. Well, guys, a few more minutes like this. I think I'll just I'll keep the room open till 3:30, but I think I will put myself on mute kind of officially. There's not much happening for me. I will keep the room open till 3:30. ICPT though, ICPT is having a bit of a move here. Oh, I saw this on the 5-minute chart. So I'm just going to put the announcement. I'm going to put myself on mute and I'll pop in if need be. And Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So before I do shut this room down, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to. So again, I'm going to put myself on mute now.
3:30, and we got video. Just adjusting my screen a little bit still here. And audio is good too. All right, perfect. All right, everybody, welcome. 3:30 Eastern Trade Ideas Live Q&A session here. Wrap out the hump day of the week here. Wednesday, I had to do a double take. I was off. I was away yesterday. It's kind of throwing my days out of whack here like that. So yeah, Wednesday, March 2nd. Again, the market, interesting, chop, 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 slop, slop, slop. Just when people think they've got it figured out, ducking and pushing us left and right. So do this generally every day. Like I said, I had to take a day yesterday, but market days Monday through Friday. We do this for an hour. Come ask questions, whatever those may be. Hopefully, mostly trade ideas related, whether it's looking at the single stock window or stock races, charts, compare count windows, so on and so forth. So fire those questions away for me. Like I said, open forum. I don't have anything pre-done as far as content goes. So I let you folks drive the content with your questions. What do we think about AGEN? Mike C, what's happening? AGEN, AGEN. I feel like I saw that today somewhere. Nope, couldn't have. It wouldn't have come through any of my scans. What do we think of AGEN? Maybe it's bottomed out. I'm trying to find a reversal. Some kind of biotech, right? Yeah, so bioproduct. Maybe we found a base here to build off of. Hard to say because there's earnings, so who knows how that influenced everything. And, generally speaking, I don't read earnings, I just know they exist. And then, you try to figure out if there's something to, something to a trend change on that, I suppose, at this point, at least for this specific chart. We kind of look at a few things here. Go technical on all this. We're in a big long downtrend, all right? There's a descending wedge, all right, if you want to call it that. And see if it can't break the wedge coming this way. We have a RSI divergence actually. So let's look at RSI right there while we were going this way actually. All right. So now that RSI divergence is now no longer divergence the last couple of days, but we had one here. So there's that RSI divergence I'm mentioning. All right. And now we're trending this way, so we'll see. That's a huge float though. I don't like that at all. For a $3 stock, that's a really big float, and considering how beaten this thing up. So I'll say this, like most biotechs, it's if they have some news, something big happens, and then is it sustainable? And if those earnings, were anything sustainable. I mean, is it ugly? I mean, here's the deal. I don't know where you're in it from or where you're thinking about it, but you only have $3 more till zero. So, whenever I look at really low price stocks like that, or like this, that's what I consider. If I'm ever considering a position in something like this, I look at the fact that I can only go so far till I get to zero. I don't believe a regular stock can trade negative like oil did last year. So, was that last year? Is that the year before? I can't even remember anymore. So that's kind of where I sit with that. No, that couldn't have been oil. Didn't trade negative last year. It had to have been 2020, right? It's like one big dream, all this to me. Anyway, that's kind of my thought there. Andy just was mentioning this. I traded this last week a bunch of times actually, taking out the high from last week as a matter of fact. Or wait, so today's Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So it's taking out the high from Monday. And this is last week in here. Very interesting. I won't be chasing it here, but I guess that's got to be an all-time high, right? Let's take a scroll down. Yep. So as its all-time high right there on Monday. Very interesting. Over 10 mil shares traded today, so doing 9 times normal relative volume, and we can see how, even though that's way down here, these non-volume days are still a factor in with these here to get us that number. So very, very interesting. So, alright, I see the numbers have ticked up a little bit here. So again, anybody with questions, please fire those away. I do this, as an open forum here for people to ask questions, trade ideas wise. I mean, we can go over charts. As I always disclaimer, I'm no certified CMT. I am studying now. However, what do I know? Where's a sweet spot for you when something is overextended versus strong and just getting warmed up? How do I balance this? I would balance it like this. I'd consider it a short-term trade and use short-term indicators. So I'm going to look at this EMA on multiple time frames, that AEMA, and that's how I do it. So if you think about it here, and then the range, let's look at this range here. So if you think about it, is it extended? Well, yes, it's extended, when we consider where it came from down here, right? But this EMA is now catching it, and even though it's a $5 range, we've got an established range here, so we can start to define risk parameters. Now, gun to my head, you're telling me, all right, I want you to put money to work on the stock no matter what, just to, whether it's a winner or loser, we don't care, but how are you going to manage the stock? Well, then I'm probably looking at the bottom of today, right there, lining up with the body of that candle right there as some sort of support, and we know where our resistance is. Our resistance is easily defined right there. So, for me, looking at it as a technician, below here, I think I'm wrong, and above here, obviously, I'm right, and my risk lays in this middle area that's right there. So that's how I would balance it. Now, I'm not running and taking that position today anyways. I wasn't watching this at all. But had I been watching this earlier in the day and it had been on my radar, I also would have considered the body of these two candles right here as a risk kind of reward for entry. So the real thing would have been, had I been tracking this all day long, I would have said the body of these two candles. Let's zoom in a little bit, make this a little clearer here. Because as we zoom in, now it doesn't look as extended, right? Because we're looking at something based on, we need less historical reference at this point on this stock, because we know where it came from. That's easy. So, and we know that it doesn't have anything going above it. So when we zoom in a little bit and we look at it relative to this EMA, and now all of a sudden that range doesn't look so daunting, right? So when we're looking at something and deciding how does it fit into us taking a position in it, don't look at something and think about holding it for 5 days and look at a 5-minute chart. Let's look at the more recent data that's going to matter in something like this here, where if I was looking at something that has a long historical base that maybe it's coming out of, then I want to zoom way out and maybe get a weekly chart up and things like that. No, this is a short-term play, generally speaking. Anything long, I think, is you're looking at speculation. So short-term play, short-term momentum. We're going to play it on short-term charts. So I would be lining up the bodies of these candles in here essentially, and thinking to myself, how are these going to play, and disregard these shadows slightly. The shadow of today, this wick here, I would just look at in the sense, because now it's kind of lining up with this set of bodies here, just kind of poked through a little bit. So let's put a line there. And again, we always talk about, pivot lines are not exact approximations. So where do you want to line this up? Do you want to line it on that shadow? Do you want to line it on this body? So we start to define ourselves some risk areas. And today, I would have said this had I been watching this and I saw it take out the high of yesterday. I would have said that makes me interested to take a ride on this. As a matter of fact, I probably would have traded it had it been on my radar today. For whatever reason, it wasn't. Well, that's why. Because it didn't make this move while it made this move while I was away from my desk. So when we started taking that out here, you better believe had it been on my one of my scans, I'd have set a price alert and been watching it real close here. So that's kind of how I did it. Or that's how I would have done it. That's how, in retrospect. Now it's easy to say it. I like the term Monday quarterback. I'm Monday quarterbacking this thing right now. But it's how I play a lot of the day trading that I've been doing recently. It's been, some early winners or early alerts. When I say winners, I just mean leading the races, not winners as in I traded it, but early winners in the races here during my days. And I'm watching those and I'm setting price alerts early in the day and then seeing how that plays out relative to what's going on. Because anything that's coming through here, generally speaking, I'm only looking to day trade. And then let's see, James. Hey, new here per the trade of the week, paid subscription 5, trades of the week emails. Those are generally swings, long holds. Swing each email broken down by stock. Yes, generally speaking, James, they're going to come from a scan. Steve Gomez is mostly the curator of that. He bounces around on what scans he's using depending on market environment and the charts and things like that. So, he looks at all the scans and tries to pick out, to his technical eye what looks the best. The idea behind it is a buy after whatever he decides is the trigger price and then holding that and closing it sometime on Friday. That's generally how Steve does it. Hopefully that answers I think that's answering the question you're asking. He also usually throws in a few goodies in there. What I mean by goodies is, also keep an eye on stock XYZ and ABZ and JFK or whatever it is, so he throws those in there too. But he doesn't put any parameters behind those like he does with the trade of the week. Just says, hey, get these on your, keep these on your radar type of thing. So let's see, I know he had Vet in there because I threw my hat in the ring with Vet. And so what's Vet done for the week? So we're looking good on Vet. So let's see, today's Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, so Vet looks nice. He had P10 in there. I got knocked out of my P10 position today. I was not thrilled about that, but it kind of is what it is. I had to walk away from the desk. I stuck a stop in there. Did not think I was going to get hit on that stop. It literally came down, stopped me out, and turned right back around. Really annoying. That's why I don't like to put hard stops in. But I was walking away from the desk, and in this market, I didn't know how long I was going to be away from my desk. And in this market, I didn't want to hand anything back. So, anyways, it is what it is. That's all there is to it. So, so those two were in there, and I don't remember what else was in that email. I deleted the email. So, but energy. All right, I'm glad that explanation worked for you. That looks good for you, James. Michael Anthony, we're still looking at CYH. That's that stock from Tennessee. So, yeah, nice. Look, we discussed here, we'd put, how this range that we're currently in, that matters. And, James, it worked, it was nice this week. Sometimes it does not work. So don't take it all in as, hey, this is, buy these stocks that come in this email. Look, do your homework like anybody else. Make sure what you're risking and things like that are in line with what you can and what you see on the charts yourselves and things like that. So, Steve hit some real great strides where things work well. He hit some tough strides too where things just don't work at all. Gets a few triggers and then they kind of reverse right afterwards. And in this environment, I'll say this, while generally the idea behind the trade of the week is a couple-day hold there, Monday to Friday, assuming the trigger on Monday, of course, you get up, you're up 10, 15% in a position, depending on the size of your position, close the position or take half off. Obviously, for just as an example, if you have 100 shares of something and you make a nice move on it and you get a nice play on it, you probably want to close 100 shares. If you took 500 shares, maybe you want to close 250 or 300, like really lock something in. These are just my kind of suggestions and what have helped me in the past, satisfying, both the demons on your shoulders. You got on one shoulder is your greed saying, "Hey, hold this thing for the big move," and the other side saying, "Hey, let's not hand anything back." And so by closing some positions, closing some of the position, you satisfy both those. But obviously, if you're taking small share size, and I reference this because this is something that I had to do for a long time, sometimes I was only taking, depending on what the stock was, 15 shares if it was like a really high price stock, and the lower price stocks I was taking 75, 100, 125 shares, and it didn't make sense to sell just half at that point. It just made more sense when I was building an account, some time ago, take the whole thing, because every penny move when you're at that level really actually matters, your cost average and things like that. So you play relative to your account. That's what we can say. That's what I say. And then, so yeah, still looking at this. I see your question there, JP. I shared a starter layout, so fire that question away on it. Some scans that I built in there. I'm surmising that it's the one that I shared a couple of weeks ago or a week ago, whatever it was. Yeah, Michael Anthony, looking at this, you gotta like what you see here. We discussed this area here, and going way back, as a matter of fact, how significant that area is. Say way back, but we're going back to this almost this time last year, and we held it, coming into the end of last year. Now we've held it into this year, and we start to ask ourselves now, with earnings must have looked good, I'm guessing, as we're trending up again. And while the market's real choppy, this thing's kind of just holding its own right now. So yeah, on a technical basis, and this is a significant level to get through, because you get through this, and then you're looking at 12, and then you're looking at here in 14 as the next big kind of level. So yeah, totally there, Michael Anthony. If I flip pullback 5 minutes, high starter layout, it'll give me the same effect being bearish short. Bullish are those better scans for the bearish side. So I'll say this, JP, not every scan flipped works the same way as it does long, but I can pull up that scan real quick and we'll take a look at what that does. Let me find that scan somewhere. Pull back, there we go. So I'm guessing it's this one here. Alright, so if we right click that, and let's take a look, what was I doing in this? So 5-day range going to remain the same, I believe, if we flip it. Volume will remain the same, volume will remain the same. This will get flipped to the other side. This probably gets flipped too, and this remains the same, and obviously the alert will become a 5-minute low. So let's just press the flip for fun. Right, so the position and range there. That's the concept behind it, JP. Like I said, it doesn't always work the same when you go to flip it. I mean, so let's just say you have a scan that's working long side really well. Pressing flip on it doesn't necessarily mean that it'll work short side as well. Cisco coming in, that's odd. I would suspect I'd give this one a chance. I don't know that it will or won't work, but this isn't one that I'd right away say, no, definitely won't work flipped. This might very well work flipped. What you might want to change, though, perhaps, well, it didn't give me a selected alert. Interesting. Odd. Hold on, let me see something here. Alright, no, it is giving me that. Odd, it wasn't saying it in here, though. What you might consider, sometimes the filters will work well flipped, but the alert doesn't work well flipped, and you might want a different alert for it to play with that as well. Maybe instead of making a 5-minute low, you want to be making a low on the day, for example, now. That might work out better. I don't know, but that's kind of my thought process behind it and how I would look at it and how I'd think about it. So, but yeah, I mean, that's the general concept of what it's trying to do. Okay, this is not Cisco that I thought it was. That's what, CYSCO? I can't even remember anymore. Too many stock symbols to remember. There it is. Come on, smart technology, help me out. CSCO, there it is. All right, that's what I was confusing it with right here. I don't know what they're doing now, but I know that they were a really good dividend, way back. And I mean, beautiful trend on this actually. Very nice trend. There's the COVID recovery. Gave that almost all back, and now it's been very nice since then. Andy's Andy's messaging about KOD here. KOD, what'd you do? I know he bought a position in it. Oh wow, very nice. Andy likes to catch those falling knives. He's good at it though. Bless him. Oh, thanks, Debbie. So I had Slack chat over the thing really quick there. I was trying to see what Andy was saying. I'd moved off CYH, Michael Anthony. What I'd said about it was, it defended that level, quite a bit now, and now we've had earnings and we're moving off that level, and so now you're looking up here, another dollar 20 give or take. Um, Another dollar 20 take or so before that next level. So yeah, Peter. Yeah, no, I know you came in earlier today talking about wanting to look for pivot lines in general, resistance and support. So, it becomes one of those things. Peter, start drawing lines on charts and then moving them around. So let's just take any old chart here. Let's take a look. Let's see what do we got. Pet Q. All right. So obviously the more charts you look at, the more obvious these things become and zooming out. But right away, I can see something right away. All right, so take PetQ just as an example, and let's put this right here. And look at that, just happens to be we came down here and just about found support here, going all the way back to here. So that's what we start to do. Just start throwing charts. Not charts, throwing lines on charts, Peter, and then moving them around. And remember, we don't want pivot lines don't need to be an exact. All right, they're an approximation. You can call them zones is a better way to do that. As a matter of fact, especially when you're looking at candlestick charting with these shadows, upper wicks and bottoming tails. A lot of people will just use the body of the candle. So if we were to do this, let's go and let's make this on a time frame here. Let's go weekly chart, as a matter of fact. I have no idea what that is. That is just something. What I was really looking at is this right here. I mean, no happy accident that these two just lined up. There's no way. So, going all the way back to March of 2020. And so that's kind of what I point you towards, and we can do this with any chart, start coming into charts and drawing some lines. Again, what do we see here, right? And sometimes the best way to draw a line is go with today, go with a high or low today, especially towards the end of a day. So once again, we're going to do that right here. Let's take this right here and let's draw a line. All right, let's put that line right there. Let's get on the body of the candle. And again, we can see price has been a magnet for this line. We got rejected there. We're hovering it around it here, up and down, passing by it, and then we found it through here again. So, we can say to ourselves that this level right here, 750, is a magnet for this price. All right, and going back, see that rate in the history of this chart. And that's on a weekly chart. I bet if we break that into a daily chart now, let's go back to a daily chart. We're going to see the same concept again, even more touches though of that line. So let's bring this back out. Look at that. like I said, all right, we found it here, found here and here and here and here and here and back here again, and now we found it again here. So that's no happy accident. So that'd be a tip for someone that's looking to how can I utilize pivot and support lines. Well, go to if you got something that you're really interested in, perhaps looking at the high of the day or the high of the whether you want to go body or shadow on the candle. I'll leave that up to you. But that's what my suggestion would be. Start there and then start to work around. I think one thing that people will do, I did it a lot, especially early at putting these lines. All of a sudden, you're like every little tick that goes up or down, you're going to start putting lines, and your chart's going to look insane. I still have charts that I come across that look insane from when I was doing it way back when. There's nothing wrong with that because it's part of the learning process. Just keep in mind, realistically, what are you trying to get out of these pivot lines? So if you've got a pivot line every 5 cents on a stock that has a range of $1 over the last year, it's probably not going to benefit you a whole lot in that regard. Tight range and indecision. I can't specifically recommend one. And let me know, Peter, if that all makes sense to you, if you want me to pursue something more on any of that. But just throwing out those couple of ideas. Scan, indicate indecision. I would say you want to look for something that's really consolidating. I don't have one specifically because I don't do consolidation scans. But what we could do is let's look at let's go with the top list. I think that's going to be better because we don't want alerts right now. We just want to look at charts. When you want to just look at charts, I think top list is the way to go. Man, sorry, looking at that P10 price, so annoyed. So let's look at consolidation, all right? And we have a consolidation filter. So we can use this consolidation filter. And again, whenever we're looking, and we have a position consolidation filter. I actually always forget about the position consolidation filter. So, looking at this, I'm thinking to myself, we're going to want to look at things that are consolidating and have no volume. And, oh no, I don't need to follow the close. I've done all the trading that I need to do. I happen to have a price alert with the price of P10, and like still the fact that I got ticked out by 1 cent just always that it always seems to be when I put a hard stop in because I'm walking away for a little bit. It just always seems to happen to me. The trading gods reminding me who's really the boss of positions. With that said, and Peter, I see you're in the support chat there. Andy got you there, so I'm gonna try to follow along while I'm building this scan here real quick, all right, and see if I can answer your question here. Oh, I have a call going on. All right, a whole lot of things going on for me at once. All right, what I point you towards to build a scan is let's find stuff that's consolidating and and low volume. All right, we want low volume compared to historical references. All right, so let's come back to the search and we can look at this and we can help here. And this is what this consolidation filter is going to do for us. Why did that not? That's strange. Consolidation, help. There we go. Why are you doing that? This is strange. It keeps scrolling on me. Okay, let's try this one more time. Odd. All right, so these filters are looking at the patterns on daily stocks, stock charts. So, looking at the previous 40 days. So let's see, we can set the minimum maximum, for example, set the minimum to see consolidation at 7 with that, 3, see stocks that don't have significant consolidation. So we could throw something in here like this. Let's add that filter. Let's go mid-range. Let's go 5, all right? And let's go with relative volume. We don't want to see too much volume, so we're going with a max of 2. Let's give this a price range, $8 to, let's say, $100, all right? Let's make sure that we're liquid here, so let's make sure we traded, let's say, 750,000 shares today. All right. And then I'll go over those charts in a moment here. So what else do we want to look at here? Anything else? We don't need a position range because we've been consolidating. Let's just take a look at what's coming in here. So not a ton, and that's going to be a buyout. That's not consolidating how I'd like to see, I'll tell you that, and that's an ugly chart. Activision, they just got bought out, so unfortunately we're looking at a lot of buyouts happening right here, right now. Also, in this tape, I don't think we're going to find all buyouts. Look at that. What are the odds? Literally all buyouts. So in this tape, we've got a volatile tape, so this might be a little tougher to do like this. I'm not running necessarily. We do a support call. Um, um, every something Wednesday of the month or whatever it is, where the support team gets together and discusses things. So I'll probably listen in here. But all right, so what I would point to us at this point, then maybe we do it like this instead. Let's look back here and let's go with range. Maybe in a 20-day range. Let's add that filter. Let's get rid of the consolidation because I don't think we're going to find much consolidating, to be honest. So maybe something like this we could do. And the idea is to find things that are consolidating without too much volume, meaning there's not a lot of interest in it one way or the other. All right. No. I mean, kind of consolidating, but it's an ugly chart anyways. Again, we're finding buyouts. And yes, you can ask a few basic questions, of course. This is the direction I'm going to point you in, though, JP. All right, messing with these kind of range filters, position and range filters, and things like that. Try to find stuff that isn't moving a lot. Sorry, I had to just jump on mute real quick while I'm trying to get into this. So, all right, that's there. And then let's see, what are we looking at? Rig. So rig, I haven't even looked at this, but I know that they were talking about this a whole bunch. So let's take a long look. So we've got this here. So we've got this kind of base that we're trying to break out of, but it's having a real tough time with this right here. So go back to, support lines. Let's draw this support line right here. No happy accident that we're struggling at this zone kind of, or whatever you want to call it. So, that's what we're kind of looking at for that there. Rig. So again, here's what you're looking at. We can get through this. You got there, but you're also talking about how many. I mean, you're talking about 605 million shares in the float. So this thing's going to need some institutional interest in it. Also, I'll give you something I don't particularly care for on this one is this kind of ascending triangle right here, because ascending triangles usually equal failed breakout. So I'm not crazy about that ascending triangle that's happening right there. And we can see that that played out right here, an ascending triangle that was a failed breakout, looked like it was coming, and it was a failed breakout. So that's my 2 cents on rig, not to counter Andy and them. And what else are we trying to do? BP looks a lot nicer. This within there. And we could even call this, that was a cup and handle right there, but a failed cup and handle. So that's what I see from BP. You look like you're back down here. And that's kind of what I see from BP right now. And also, oil is, going to the moon, and BP is, struggling because you're going to have this issue with Russia and all that. So you're not just regular, you're not just going to have oil prices affecting what's going on with these stocks like this. So there is that. Yes, BP looks a lot better than rig. Looking at that. How do we create a personal channel and copy a window from standard channels? Okay, so what you do to create a personal channel would be this. We look at if we have a layout that we want to become a channel, we would go File, Save or Share to Cloud, and we would click Entire Layout, and we give that layout a name. And once we've saved that layout to the cloud, all right, we would then come to the channel bar. And we would go Edit Custom Channels from this gear right here. And then we go Add Channel, and it's going to ask us to pull from the cloud, so select Cloud. And that's what we're looking at right there. And then we'd find that and go right there. And so that's how we did that. And let's see, channel bar right here. This is going to be from our full user's guide on channel bar as well. Yes, and Oxy looks great. ETRN with a dividend, yeah. That's a good looking chart too. So let me know. Who is that? Someone's asking. Someone was asking before about the channels. Let me know if that worked, and then what I just shared there as well. Get you the answer that you were looking for. So ETRN. Sorry, I was confusing this with a different chart. I don't know what I thought this was. All right, so for whatever reason, they've gotten beat down real bad. But you know, see what it can build out of there. Yeah, you're welcome, and let me know if you need me to go further in depth with any of that as well. And sorry, my attention's a little split as I am juggling another meeting right now too. Um, but fire those questions away from me, and I'm gonna get right to them. And then just in case you don't have, here's the full user's guide. There's a lot in there, and it's sectioned off. Channel bar and alert windows and all those things like that. So sorry, just going through and making sure I'm caught up here with what you were all asking. Did we close? Oh, yes, the market is closed. So, well, interesting close here on the market. Let's look at the SPY really fast. So I would say, Peter, you want to make sure that people are trading it. You know what I mean? You want to make sure there's interest in the stock. If something's traded, by let's say 9:50 in the morning and it's traded 50,000 shares, nobody's trading it. Nobody's interested in it. So it becomes a little bit relative. But you want to see stuff that's trading, a few 100,000 shares a day at least. Maybe 500, 600, 700,000 shares a day, something like that, minimum, I would say. So that's kind of, that's what I would say to you, Peter. Keep an eye on that. Um, and that doesn't have to coincide with like an average daily volume because any stock could have its day. So, for example, a stock could be averaging 100,000 shares a day, which I wouldn't be interested in. But if all of a sudden today's its day and all of a sudden it's traded 100,000 shares by like 9:50 in the morning, you better believe I'm going to be interested in watching that and seeing if that kind of can continue. So those are the kind of things that becomes relative to what you're looking at. So look at this again, SPY. Looks like this 440 is becoming kind of becoming the line. Below this 440 is a problem. I had a discussion a while ago with someone when the first time we dipped below this 457 there. And we said, below there is bearish, and it's been bearish since below there. So that's what we're kind of looking at for now. But that doesn't mean that we can't wake up and in 3 days or 3 days from now, it can't be here either. So, um, you know. And so those are the kind of, those kind of things that I'm looking at now on this long-term basis here. The longer we hang lower. Let's take a look at the RSP now. And again, if there's other questions coming, other questions, Peter, let me know if that helped you, what I just shared there. And so the RSP looks like it's trying to challenge that level a little bit more here. So let's see. Let's see if that RSP can get, let's say, above that 155 and hold it. 155 and change. We look bullish again up on that. So, and this is your S&P 500, but equally weighted. And so kind of two different markets. All right, perfect, Peter. And again, anytime I answer a question for anybody, if just because it's, the answers for that person, if someone else wants to piggyback on it, wants to push further for more questions and things like that, um, you know, let me know. I can always keep going if I'm not giving the answer you're looking for. You want a little more in depth on any of that, let me know. We can keep pushing away. What do I think on that? I think if there's no news, I think we're past earnings basically. So if there's no news coming out, I think we're flat tomorrow more than less. Impossible to say up. Where I think if there's no more news coming out from Russia, Ukraine, or anything else, and the people from the Fed keep their mouths shut, I think we're negligibly up or down tomorrow. I don't think there's anything real thing out there tomorrow. I think a lot of people, the big players, the big whales out there are sitting on their hands, waiting to see how certain things get resolved, and people are positioning themselves to be hedged whichever way happens. So I think tomorrow's kind of a flat day going into Friday for the weekend. Again, that's to surmise that Powell isn't talking again tomorrow, Bullard isn't saying some nonsense or anything like that, because these guys just love to talk, and people are going to read into whatever they're saying and try to jump the gun one way or the other. David, all relative kind of stuff. I mean, they love to talk. I mean, I personally, I don't think the Fed should have a mic whatsoever, other than the day that they put out whatever they're doing with the benchmark rate, come out, say why they did it and whatever else, and then that's it, and walk away. They have no, they're not, what they do now is become very political. Um, it's absolutely what the Fed was not supposed to be. So kind of talking, some personal thoughts on the Fed. And that's neither here nor there where I think whether I think the Fed should exist or it shouldn't. The fact is the Fed does exist. They're a non-elected body. They're an appointed body, and they should really just talk a lot less. That just my 2 cents on the Fed, anyways. Um, but the odds of that happening, I think, are 0 to none, because everybody wants to be a rock star and they want to be famous and they want to have their name in the sun. It's human nature. So these people have been spotlight people in general in their lives, and power and money and all those things like that. So they're going to talk. More more psychology than anything else. So. But that's that. Again, I think without any major news, I think negligibly up tomorrow or negligibly down tomorrow. And we're in a look at these moves that we're making. Let's pull up a SPY chart again, and so it becomes relative. Well, what's a small amount? When we've got this range that we've got going on right now in just the last 10 trading days. So a percent, 2%, again becomes relative to the current tape. Sorry, just listening on this conversation here. Um, yeah, so that's kind of what I got there. So again, got a couple minutes before I wrap this up here. If anybody has questions, if there are no questions, I'm going to probably wrap early so I can participate in the support meeting. But fire away. So all right, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up a couple minutes early today. I'll be back tomorrow at 3:30 as per usual on the Eastern Time Zone. Barry will have this open at 8 in the morning on the Eastern Time Zone, noon Eastern Time Zone. We'll do an hour Q&A similar to this, and we'll do it all over again. So, all right, thank you everybody. Appreciate the questions, the comments. Hopefully everybody got a little bit out of there. And as I always say, tell your friends and family about us. All right, thanks everybody. Have a great rest of your Wednesday, and we'll catch you tomorrow, Thursday, Friday Junior. All right, bye bye.